Nearly 70% of all freight in the United States moves by truck, over 11 billion tons each year. So dependable load securement gear matters. This compact system works with tension straps up to 2 inches wide. Its housing is durable plastic with stainless steel springs and a strong nylon thread that extends to roughly 13 feet. When mounted on the upper frame of a platform trailer, the system guides and controls the straps with rollers placed above the load. Once the straps are released, a spring pulls them back automatically to a fixed 90-degree angle, keeping them in place and ready for the next use. This means the operator no longer has to climb onto the trailer to reset or collect the straps. The design allows drivers to secure cargo directly from the ground. This makes the work faster and safer, while also cutting down on physical strain. In fact, it can make the strapping process up to 70% quicker. For a single vehicle used regularly, that could save around 140 hours of work time each year. Installation is easy, requiring only screws. No changes need to be made to the trailer itself. Once in place, the system works without adjustments. Because the straps are stored above the load area, they stay clean, dry, and free from dirt or water. They are always in the correct position, even when used at an angle, and don't need to be rolled up or put away after use. Imagine a semi-truck starting to tip in bad weather or after a sharp turn. Usually it rolls over. But with TAR, it doesn't. The system sits in the fifth wheel coupling and monitors tilt and speed. When it detects a tipping risk, it disconnects the trailer from the tractor in milliseconds. Made by Axicle in Los Angeles, is a fifth wheel add-on for Class 8 semi-trucks. And when it senses a rollover that can't be saved, it quickly separates the trailer from the tractor. By removing the trailer, the main cause of the rollover, it keeps the tractor upright and helps prevent serious injuries or deaths where other safety systems often fail. The device can handle loads up to 55,000 pounds and a drawbar pull of 150,000 pounds, while weighing less than 320 pounds itself. It uses 2 separate latches placed to spread the load safely inside. Sensors check the truck's roll angle and roll rate every millisecond. A physics-based algorithm looks for rollovers that can't be recovered, with a claimed 99.99% accuracy. When that happens, a fast-acting device fires within 20 milliseconds to release the latch and drop the trailer. Depending on the situation, the trailer might tip partly or come off completely. In a headline test, Axicle used a Boeing 777 jet engine to blast the rig with extreme crosswinds. When the wind pushed the trailer over, TARS did what it was designed to do. The trailer rolled, but the tractor stayed upright and unharmed. The idea is to act just in time, before the rollover takes the whole rig down. Axicle has done about 100 miles of road testing so far, and plans to expand that a lot. Around 7,500 units are already on pre-order. When a semi-trailer shows up without people or equipment to unload it, work can stop. That isn't a problem when the trailer brings its own gear. With the Palfinger on board, the truck isn't just transport, it's a mobile unloading unit. It can lift up to 5,000 pounds and fits into tight spaces without losing power. Depending on the setup, the forklift can ride inside the trailer or hang on a custom bracket outside. Either way, it stays secure on the road and is ready to work as soon as it arrives. This setup removes a common slowdown in deliveries, waiting for extra equipment or staff. The same truck that brings the load can unload it immediately. There's no need to book dock crews or rent tools. That means fewer delays, easier planning, and smoother operations. The Palfinger is built for quick movement and fast deployment. It doesn't waste space, yet it can handle many types of heavy cargo, from stacked pallets to large containers. Its mounting options keep it stable in transit, and it's quick to deploy on site. Whether mounted inside or outside, it rides safely without blocking cargo or access. Every moment spent checking a phone while driving is a gamble with life. It's time to put an end to these dangerous habits. If this behavior continues, car makers might be left with no choice but to introduce systems like SaverOne on a wide scale. It works by tracking motion sensor data. Once it senses that the car is moving, it limits access to certain smartphone functions. Navigation and phone calls are still allowed, but texting and messaging apps are automatically blocked. You can register up to 5 phones per vehicle and have 3 connected at once. It uses Bluetooth Low Energy 4.0, so it sips power and data, usually under 0.5 megabytes per trip. It works with Android and iOS, and on Android it uses the accessibility service to watch and block apps in real time. The setup includes a small control unit hidden in the car, a mobile app that switches to safe mode while driving, and a cloud dashboard to manage everything. The moving floor from Knappen uses hydraulics to slide loads in or out of the trailer. The floor is made of 3 groups of aluminum slats. First, all the slats move together to shift the load. Then 1/3 of the slats slides back, while the other 2/3 hold the load in place. This repeats for each group, so the load creeps forward or backward in a controlled way. Because it can work in both directions, it's handy for loading and unloading in tight yards. The system is powered by a hydraulic unit, and it needs a 150-liter oil tank and a pump that can flow up to 110 liters per minute. You can choose floor planks in aluminum at 6, 8, or 10 mm thickness, with a smooth or ribbed surface. For rough, sharp, or very heavy materials, there are reinforced options such as heavy-duty impact and extreme heavy-duty. If you carry damp or semi-liquid loads, there are leak-resistant floor systems to help keep material inside. One 2025 example is the Recycling Moving Floor Trailer. It has a strong steel body of 97.1 cubic meters on a galvanized chassis. The floor uses 21 aluminum planks, ranging from 8 to 20 millimeters. It includes practical features like a moving headboard, a hydraulic netting system, and split rear doors. Modern truck tarpaulin systems open or close in less than 30 seconds, unlike older manual tarps that required up to 20 minutes and risky climbing. This one weighs about 1,433 pounds and is made up of 4 main parts. There's a spreader cylinder that pushes the arm out from the truck's chassis, a telescopic arm that lifts from underneath to position the tarp, a rotating cylinder that turns the arm, and a roller that holds 1 or 2 tarps. It's designed to fit within European truck size limits and safety standards, especially those that protect cyclists. The roller can carry 2 tarps at once, which means it can cover both the truck and its trailer in one go. Everything is operated using a simple 6-button remote control. The driver can stay inside the cab while the system takes care of the rest. Instead of pulling tarps by hand or climbing around the truck, the operator just presses a button. The system rolls the tarp out over the load and rolls it back in when it's done. To secure the tarp, elastic straps are used. No ropes needed. If the container is filled past the top, the tarp still covers everything. The system rolls the net over the load and then brings it back in without needing extra tie-downs. There's no need to unhook or shift the container either, which saves even more time during transfers. It works with many types of waste, like metal scraps, soil, cardboard, or wood. The setup is flexible enough to be used in different kinds of work, especially in waste collection or transport. This hydraulic flip axle is an add-on. You'll often see it on hydraulic detachable gooseneck models. The trailer frame is built to be strong, with 4 main beams and I-beam crossmembers every 24 inches to handle the stresses of moving axles and carrying big loads. Axle options include 25,000 pounds or 27,000 pounds. The axle moves with hydraulics powered by the truck's PTO. You use manual controls to run hydraulic cylinders that swing the axle into place, and a mechanical lock holds it once it's down. When the axle is raised, it disconnects from the brakes and suspension. When you lower it, it automatically hooks back in and works like a normal axle. This setup lets drivers adapt quickly, without tools or taking parts off. Lifting the axle in tight turns improves clearance and reduces tire wear. When the trailer isn't fully loaded, taking an axle out of service can cut stress on parts and help meet legal axle limits. Experts say that cutting air resistance on trucks saves fuel, and trailers can help a lot. The Aero trailer uses 2 add-ons, a rear fairing called the trailer tail, and long panels called ATD Transtex side skirts. The trailer tail mounts on the back of the trailer and smooths the air as it leaves, reducing the messy airflow behind the truck. There's also a trailer tail roll version made for roll-up door trailers. The side skirts run along the bottom edges of the trailer and block air from rushing under the trailer, which lowers drag. Used together, these parts have shown fuel savings of up to 12%. Wind tunnel tests on 53-foot dry vans showed more than a 9% improvement at highway speeds. Because of results like these, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency put 2 setups, Aero Trailer 1 with Trailer Tail 4x4 and Aero Trailer 2 with Trailer Tail Trident, into its Smart Way Elite category, which is reserved for technologies that save 9% or more. Real-world use tells the same story. Mesilla Valley Transportation added trailer tails to 650 trailers. Over 6 months and about 8 million miles, they used 60,000 fewer gallons of fuel, roughly $180,000 saved at $3 per gallon. Another test of the trailer tail, 2011, showed about a 6.6% fuel cut at a steady 65 miles per hour. When fleets pair tails with side skirts and other aerodynamic tweaks, averages climb a lot. Some trucks reach around 11 miles per gallon, compared with the typical 6 to 7 miles per gallon. Hybrid add-ons can help old diesel trucks last longer, use less fuel, and pollute less, without buying new vehicles. Tandem Centraur does this by adding a hybrid electric drive to single-axle diesel tractors. It drives on electricity first when the battery is charged, then switches to diesel when the battery runs low. That means the truck can keep working without stopping or taking detours to charge. Centraur comes in 3 options. First is the basic hybrid system. Second is the Power Pack, a removable battery that adds extra driving range. Third is the Power Pack APU, which can power refrigerated trailers. With the APU, fleets can keep using their current trailers without upgrading the refrigeration equipment, handy for electric cooling. Tandem also provides a tool called Scope Tree to track emissions in real time. It shows how each truck is performing and how much it's emitting, so managers can follow new rules and plan better routes. Installing Centraur doesn't require big changes. Drivers don't need extra training, and trucks can get the upgrade and go back to work quickly. The system supports plug-in charging and may also capture some braking energy. For fleets worried about the high price of brand new electric truck, Centraur offers a cheaper path, up to 90% less than full replacement. This folding truck trailer is built for hauling timber and solves 2 everyday problems. getting big rigs through tight spots, and paying extra taxes when you're driving empty. It uses a hydraulic folding system. To switch modes, you just press one button. Folding or unfolding takes about 90 seconds. When there's no load, the trailer folds up onto the towing truck. That makes the whole vehicle shorter and can improve grip, which is especially helpful on rough forest roads. Because only the truck is effectively in use, driving feels more stable on uneven ground. A shorter vehicle can also mean lower road taxes in places that charge by vehicle length for heavy trucks. The compact shape makes it easier to get into cramped areas you often find in forestry work. Since it folds and deploys quickly, drivers can turn around faster and use less fuel when moving between jobs. It also helps when loading zones space is tight. In the yard, a folded trailer takes up less room. That makes storage and fleet planning simpler, useful if your depot is small or you have several units waiting between jobs. The trailer is made by Mobas AG, a Swiss company with more than 60 years of experience designing specialized vehicle bodies. They build many custom vehicles, like refrigerated trucks, hydraulic hook lift systems, timber bodies, and task-specific trailers. This is a safety device that mounts on the back of a work truck. It's about 13 feet tall when folded up for transport and weighs around 2,300 pounds. Its job is to absorb the force of a car or truck that hits the back of the vehicle, helping protect workers and drivers. It fits trucks that weigh between 16,000 and 22,000 pounds, and it's even been tested on trucks up to 40,000 pounds. It plugs into a 175 amp power source and works with both 12 volt and 24 volt systems. You control it with a wired controller inside the cab or from up to 49 feet away on trailer setups. Inside, there's a patented system with 12 blades that slow and spread out the crash forces in stages. The first blades cut through aluminum beams, the next blades shear metal tubes, and the last section bends in a controlled way to soak up any remaining energy. It comes with built-in LED lights and includes protection to keep smaller vehicles from sliding underneath. All the hydraulics and electronics are sealed in one enclosure, and 2 hydraulic rams plus electric motors handle raising, lowering, and deploying the cushion. The unit sets up fast, under 20 seconds, even if the truck is moving at highway speeds, up to 50 miles per hour. When not in use, it folds up vertically to save space at the back of the truck and to cut wind drag. You can add options like reflective stickers, a brake lock system, arrow boards for directing traffic, and GPS tracking that ties into traffic alert services. This 2-axle car transporter is built for efficiency and easy load control. It can carry up to 6 passenger cars. Each axle is a heavy-duty 10-ton Gigant drum type. Air suspension helps spread the weight evenly and keeps the ride stable. The loading system uses hydraulics and air power. The first platform sits on the gooseneck and has hydraulic pistons with a worm screw to fine-tune the height. The second and third platforms fold and tilt hydraulically. You can control the system with simple mechanical levers or a wireless teleradio remote. There's also an optional PLC setup that lets you monitor how the hydraulics are working and get system feedback. 2 hydraulic winches are included, each rated for 3,500 kilograms with 25-meter steel cables, oil tanks, and an emergency stop. Aluminum ramps pull out by hand, and hydraulic bumpers give extra support during loading. The transporter itself weighs about 12,000 kilograms and can carry a payload of up to 32,000 kilograms. There's also a smaller single-car version for compact jobs. It weighs around 800 kilograms, can carry about 1,950 kilograms. This front area safety system watches the space right in front of the truck when you're moving slowly. It uses 2 radars in the bumper plus a camera behind the windshield to keep an eye on roughly 2.6 to 12 feet ahead. The sensors work together to tell if what's ahead is a person or a cyclist and which way they're moving. It focuses on a spot that drivers often can't see during slow maneuvers, like pulling away from a stop or squeezing through tight city streets. If the truck is stopped and someone steps into that monitored zone, you'll see a colored warning area on the instrument display. If you're already rolling, that same area flashes and an alert sound plays to grab your attention. The idea is simple. Warn you early so you don't miss people directly in your path. This system is one part of a larger safety package. Above 6 miles per hour, Emergency Brake Assist Plus takes over and can also spot people outside the direct lane. It starts with visual and audio warnings and, if needed, can apply the brakes automatically. There's also Safe Stop Assist. It combines lane keeping, cruise control, and checks that the driver is still engaged. If it senses the driver isn't steering or responding, it can bring the truck to a controlled stop. This system secures cargo automatically. It uses electric winches or air-powered tensioners to tighten the straps in just seconds. A special cover called Fix Road slides along rails on the trailer ceiling. It shapes itself over different loads: pallets, sacks, rolls, or bales. You control everything from the cab, even by radio, which means no manual strap handling. The system keeps an eye on strap tension while you drive and automatically retightens if the load settles. Units installed back in 2013 are still working in tough, daily operations. TruckSafe was built to save time. Securing a load takes under a minute, which keeps shuttle runs moving and lets drivers multitask, like starting paperwork or prepping the vehicle, while the system works on its own. Because nobody needs to climb onto the vehicle or manually secure straps, the risk of injuries drops. The cover is reusable and built for the real world: rain, sun, heat, cold, and dirt. By replacing disposable securing materials, it also cuts waste in the transport chain. This brings the biggest gains in high-throughput industries like beverage and paper transport, where loads must be stable and turnaround is fast. By keeping tension consistent and removing human error, the system improves reliability and helps reduce the risk from poor cargo restraint, a factor in about 1/4 of truck accidents. What once took 20 minutes of effort now takes just 90 seconds with a smooth glide. That's the edge the Rollerbed gives you. This system uses compressed air from the truck's air tanks or a small onboard tank. The air lifts small rollers up out of the floor so pallets can glide across the trailer. When you're done, the rollers drop back down so the floor is flat and safe to walk on. Each meter of the system can carry up to 1,213 pounds. You can choose different roller modules. MK4, a single 50mm roller, for standard pallets. MK17, wider, for block pallets. MK21, twin rollers, for air cargo. And MK24, twin, extra low, for trailers with limited internal height. You run the system from a control box on the trailer, or a handheld pendant, and one person can operate it. A safety valve keeps the trailer's braking air separate from the roller system. If the vehicle starts moving unexpectedly, an auto-down feature automatically lowers the rollers. Built-in pallet stops, 2 at the front wall and 2 flip-up stops at the rear, keeps loads from rolling too far. Small ramps at each lane help guide pallets and make it easier for a forklift to enter. The structure is made from aluminum frames that sit on the floor. It arrives pre-assembled, so installing or retrofitting usually takes 8 to 12 hours with 2 people. Van versions use MK9 rollers with 3 lanes per frame and a full-length airbag for lifting. You can clamp or tie the frames into place, and they include front and rear stops. In warehouses, the system can be bolted straight to the concrete floor. Man-front detection is a safety system designed to help drivers handle low-speed situations more safely, especially in cities where streets are crowded and visibility can be limited. It works at speeds up to 10 kilometers per hour and keeps an eye on the area right in front of the vehicle, covering a range from 0.8 to 3.7 meters. That's the space drivers often can't see clearly, but where pedestrians and cyclists are most at risk. The system uses 2 radar sensors placed on the front bumper, along with a camera mounted behind the windshield. Together, they scan the road and pick up on people or objects based on how fast they're moving, the direction they're going, and what they are. If the vehicle is stopped and something is detected, the driver sees a colored warning on the dashboard. If the vehicle is moving and a collision could happen, an alert sound is added to get the driver's attention quickly. This feature doesn't work alone. It's part of a broader group of systems meant to support the driver in different traffic conditions. At higher speeds, Emergency Brake Assist Plus takes over. It can detect both moving and still objects, including people, and apply the brakes automatically if needed. Attention Guard monitors how the driver steers and gives a heads up if it senses signs of tiredness or distraction. Traffic sign recognition reads road signs and shows important information to the driver, helping them stay informed without losing focus. Lane departure warning and lane return assist help keep the vehicle in its lane by giving a warning or gently correcting the steering. Soil King Extreme XTR25, designed by Can American Stone Spreader, is a heavy-duty truck built to handle demanding material placement jobs in construction and landscaping. It can carry up to 30 cubic yards of lighter material. Its 19-foot slinger arm can launch material up to 100 feet, making it easier to reach tight or uneven spots. A 70-gallon hydraulic tank and metering beam help keep material flowing evenly throughout the job. It also works as a live bottom truck, capable of unloading up to 1,300 tons an hour. All controls can be managed by one person using a wireless remote, cutting down on labor and keeping crew members away from moving machinery. Features like an electric flip tarp, hydraulic vibrator, and in-cab controls and diagnostics give the operator more control without having to leave the truck. The bed can be lowered during transport to bring down the center of gravity and make travel more stable. The XTR25 is made for crews that need to move a lot of material quickly and place it with precision. Whether it's topsoil, mulch, stone, or sand, the truck adjusts to the material and the job. Switching between slinger and live bottom modes is simple, helping teams handle different site conditions without delay. The built-in systems are designed to keep the flow steady and prevent clogging, even when dealing with wet or fibrous loads. The Liftboxx Smart Truck series is designed around a roll-on, roll-off system that lets the cargo body lower to ground level in just 8 seconds, thanks to an electro-hydraulic mechanism. That speed isn't just for show. It can save drivers up to 90 minutes on a route with around 25 stops by cutting down loading and unloading time. The lineup includes models with gross vehicle weights ranging from 7,716 to 15,432 pounds. With multiple chassis options available. Buyers can choose between diesel, gasoline, or fully electric engines, depending on their needs and the rules in their area. Each truck is built on a reinforced steel frame, and the cargo area includes an anti-slip surface to help keep loads secure. The ground clearance can be adjusted, which comes in handy when working in tight spaces or uneven terrain. Safety lighting is included as standard, and an integrated telematics system helps track routes, monitor performance, and manage fleet logistics more efficiently. The Liftboxx isn't limited to standard delivery work. Its layout can be reconfigured for specialized roles, anything from a mobile service unit to an emergency response vehicle or on-the-go retail setup. That makes it a good match for businesses or organizations that need mobility without sacrificing function. In today's cities, space is limited and traffic is constant. Larger delivery trucks often struggle to get in and out of tight spots. The Liftboxx series addresses that with a compact design and strong maneuverability, making it better suited for urban routes. And because the truck lowers directly to the street, loading and unloading can be done without extra equipment or delays. Starting a mobile food business is a practical move for many entrepreneurs. BBM Food Trucks offers custom trailers tailored to specific types of food service, from sandwich bars to pizzerias, coffee stands, ice cream shops, and seafood vendors. Each trailer can be fully customized, allowing choices in layout, equipment, and appearance. For quicker setup, BBM also provides ready-equipped units that only need products and staff. One example is the fish store trailer. It measures approximately 7.5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. It includes a cooled counter, freezer, display compartments, stainless steel worktops, and ample storage. The trailer is fully outfitted with plumbing and electrical systems, and it can run on external power sources or built-in generators and water tanks. BBM trailers come in several formats, from smaller, compact units ideal for tight urban spaces to larger models designed for higher foot traffic. Interiors are fitted with non-slip flooring, proper ventilation, food-safe walls and surfaces. Buyers can request additions like air conditioning, solar panels, fire suppression systems, retractable awnings, or digital menus. Every trailer meets road safety regulations and food hygiene requirements. BBM handles the full process, from design and equipment installation to technical support and help with necessary certifications. Their service is suitable for both first-time business owners and companies looking to expand through mobile units. Each trailer is designed to function as a complete food service environment, with all major cooking, cooling, and preparation components included. Depending on the client's menu and setup preferences, BBM offers guidance on selecting the right appliances and layout for effective daily operations. Milwaukee trailer stretches about 13.6 meters long, with hydraulic pods that extend to open up the space inside. It's set up with modular displays, organized by tool type, hands-on testing stations, and audio-visual gear for live demos and presentations. Power comes from an onboard generator, but it can hook up to external sources too. The trailer rides on a heavy-duty semi-trailer platform and is pulled by a Milwaukee-branded tractor unit. Setting everything up usually takes 2 to 3 hours. For accessibility, it's fitted with ramps and lifts that meet ADA requirements. Put together by Showplace Ltd, the Milwaukee RoadShow brings the latest Milwaukee tool products straight to tradespeople and customers across different cities. It's packed with power tools, hand tools, and accessories, all available for visitors to pick up and try out. Live demonstrations spotlight the performance and features of tools like the M12 and M18 cordless systems, giving people a chance to see them in action and even test them on different materials. Milwaukee's technical experts are always on site, ready to answer questions, suggest the right tools for different jobs, and explain how each product fits into various trades. Visitors can expect real-world advice, not just sales talk. Special deals are often part of the event too, including bundled kits and bonus items with purchases. The outside of the trailer grabs attention with Milwaukee's signature red colors and bold logos, while the inside mirrors the company's marketing campaigns for a familiar look and feel. The Roadshow stops at trade shows, distributor events, and partner retailers, with schedules shared ahead of time through official Milwaukee channels and partner updates. In 2024, global hay production exceeds 110 million tons, generating over $30 billion annually. Farmers seek efficiency, and the Stinger Stacker 8500 leads innovation. It stacks extra dense square bales quickly with advanced hydraulics, GPS, and automation, transforming hay handling and boosting productivity in modern agriculture worldwide. It runs on a Detroit 13-liter diesel engine that delivers 460 horsepower. The machine uses a 6-speed Allison automatic transmission with joystick control, making it easier to handle in the field. To keep things running cool, it's equipped with a cross-flow radiator, a built-in transmission oil cooler, and a clean-fix reversible fan that clears out debris and helps maintain steady performance. It weighs about 42,500 pounds and measures 35 feet long, 14 feet 4 inches tall, and just under 10 feet wide. When it comes to hauling bales, it can carry up to 14 3x4 AGCO bales, 12 3x3 or 3x4 bales, 10 4x4 AGCO bales, or 8 regular 4x4 bales, which cuts down on trips during harvest. The front axle is an Eaton rated at 24,000 pounds, while the rear uses a Dana 2-speed twin-screw axle rated for 52,000 pounds. It also features a Hendrickson suspension system in the rear to help handle weight shifts and rough terrain. Inside the cab, operators get a comfortable ride with a heated and cooled Sears seat, full climate control, a radio with USB, a sun visor, and even a second seat for training. It also has cruise control and an air horn. The fuel tank holds 120 gallons, giving it plenty of range. This is a machine system that helps secure logs or timber onto a truck, so they don't move or fall off while the truck is driving. Normally, when someone loads logs onto a truck, the driver has to manually throw chains or straps over the load and then tighten them by hand. But that's hard, slow, and can be dangerous, especially in cold or slippery conditions. This machine does that job automatically using hydraulics. It has metal stakes and arms on the truck bed that tighten around the timber once it's loaded. The driver doesn't have to leave the cab. They can press a button on a remote control or screen to lock down the load. Hydraulic arms move into position and lock together over the timber. The system applies pressure to hold the logs in place. As the truck drives, the system keeps checking if the logs are still tight. If the timber settles or shifts, it can automatically tighten again. No human needed. As other features we see is that when there's no load, the stakes can fold down to reduce wind resistance and wear. The system can switch to a fast mode to move parts quickly when it's empty, and it connects to the truck's onboard system, so the driver gets warnings if anything is off, like low oil or pressure drop. We like it. And a flatbed trailer, transporting various types of cargo with options to tip to either the left or right side, which helps when unloading materials in tighter areas or alongside a road. It also has removable sidewalls of about 31 inches high that be taken off if you're hauling large or wide items, or left on to hold in loose materials like soil or sand. The trailer is built with a steel or steel aluminum frame, often treated to handle long-term use on the road. It typically comes in different size options. The total weight it can carry depends on the model, but it's usually somewhere between 5,950 and 7,700 pounds. When empty, the trailer itself might weigh around 1,760 pounds. It uses either a hydraulic or mechanical system to operate the tipping function, and it includes tie-down points to secure loads during transport. Braking is usually handled by an overrun brake system, which is common in heavier trailers. Depending on the version, there may be optional add-ons like loading ramps or extended lighting systems. I don't know how familiar you guys are with it, but fuel theft is a real thing. So if you're here looking for tips on how to steal fuel from a vehicle, protect yourself from fuel theft, then here's a video for that. This device is made from strong metal, steel, or tough aluminum that fits right into the fuel tank opening and uses a special valve that lets fuel go in when refueling, but stops it from coming back out. Since it doesn't use any electronics, there's nothing to hack or break down. It works with fast flow fuel nozzles, up to 120 liters per minute, and has features inside that help keep fuel from spilling while filling up. It also comes with tamper-resistant screws, and if needed, tracking tags for extra security. Installing it is quick and doesn't require any major tools or changes to the tank. Normally, thieves often use hoses or try to tamper with caps or fuel lines, but this device blocks those tricks. It doesn't allow fuel to be removed, but regular refueling still works without a problem. Because there are no moving parts or electronics, there's nothing to service or maintain. It keeps working without any extra effort. Seems especially helpful in places where fuel theft happens often and can cost a lot of money. I don't know guys, but instead of relying on alarms or tracking systems that act after theft has happened, this one promises to stop it from happening in the first place. As an addition, companies that install it report big drops in fuel loss, often over 90%. And here's an extra piece of equipment that connects to a regular diesel truck to help it run partly on electricity. How it works? Follow me. Normally, a truck has a front part, called the tractor, that pulls the trailer, right? This one adds a middle unit between the truck and the trailer, and that middle unit has its own electric motor and battery. When it's attached, it helps push the truck forward using electric power. That means the diesel engine doesn't have to work as hard, so it uses a lot less fuel. So the unit has its own motor and large battery of 525 kilowatt hours that gives it an electric-only range of up to 235 miles, and it helps power the truck while reducing how much diesel it needs to burn. There's also a bigger version with an 800 kilowatt hour battery is also on the way. What makes this unit extra different is that you don't have to stop and charge it. When the battery runs low, the whole unit can be swapped out at a station in about 4 or 5 minutes. That's much faster than waiting for a charge. The truck keeps running with far less fuel, and drivers don't lose time on the road. Using it doesn't require any changes to the truck or trailer. It connects using the same fifth wheel system truckers already use. Once attached, it provides extra drive power through its own axle. The diesel engine stays on but doesn't have to work as hard. This means less fuel is used and emissions go down too. And this is a lowboy trailer is built to carry some serious weight, large and heavy equipment, such as construction machinery, all up to 55 tons or about 110,000 pounds. As a long and wide piece of equipment, it measures around 57 feet in length and 8 feet across. It's made with high-strength T1 steel, using 16-inch beams and side rails, plus solid cross members spaced about a foot apart. The deck is usually hardwood, though you can get it in composite too if needed. Most models come with 3 fixed axles and a 4th one that flips down or up depending on how much weight you're hauling. This flip axle helps spread the load, or shorten the trailer when you're not carrying something heavy. Each axle can support about 25,000 pounds, and they're spaced either 54 or 60 inches apart. The air ride suspension and large brakes help the trailer stay stable on the road. Tires are heavy duty, and they're mounted on aluminum rims. The trailer uses a hydraulic system to control the flip axle. Some models include a small Honda gas motor to power that system, or you can hook it up to the towing vehicle with a simple connection. Other useful features include built-in LED lights, removable supports on the side, labeled air hoses for easy troubleshooting, and an adjustable ride height system. The whole thing is finished with a tough powder coating to help it stand up to the elements. So what we're seeing here is the process of a truck connecting to its trailer in less than 7 seconds. It links the airlines, electrical cables, and communication wires all at once. And, normally, drivers have to get out and handle heavy cables and hoses to connect the trailer. But this is way more easier and quicker. The truck just needs to be lined up with the trailer, and the system takes care of the rest. It does pretty much everything itself. It connects everything and checks that everything is working before the truck drives off. It also sends updates to a screen inside the truck so the driver knows if anything needs attention, working with the truck's computer to share data and keeping things running smoothly. The system is made for large trucks and trailers, Class 8, and can work with older equipment too. If a trailer is already prepared, the system can be installed in about an hour. The parts are designed to hold up during daily use. The connector sits in a fixed spot on the front of the trailer and is protected by a cover. This helps keep it safe from damage. Electrans has partnered with Stoughton Trailers, who now offer new trailers that are ready to use with this system. At the same time, older trucks and trailers can still work with it, so fleets don't have to replace everything at once. This system also works well in trucking yards, where trailers are moved around frequently and is already being used with terminal tractors too. Next, a front crash prevention system. Of course, its function is to spot danger ahead and step in if the driver doesn't react in time. This one uses sensors to watch the road and can warn the driver if a crash is likely to happen. If the driver still doesn't brake, the system applies the brakes automatically to help avoid or reduce the impact. To test how well these systems work, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety runs strict evaluations. In this test, a vehicle drives toward a parked object to see how the system reacts. The exact speed before braking starts is measured in tiny time frames to make sure the results are accurate. Things like brake setup, sensor position, and the layout of the test area are carefully controlled. There's also a separate test for spotting and reacting to pedestrians, checking how the system responds when someone walks into the vehicle's path. The conditions for the test, such as lighting, road surface, and timing, are all clearly defined, and there are open positions for pedestrian. Pedestrian figures used in testing move like real people to make the results as close to real life as possible. The system is judged on how early it gives a warning and how well it can slow the vehicle down. Each system is given a rating based on how it performs in different situations, including during the day and at night. But studies show that vehicles with both warning and braking systems can reduce rear-end crashes by up to half. Analyzing further the truck platooning, and it represents a system where two or more trucks drive closely together on the highway, using technology to stay connected. The first truck is driven by a person, while the ones behind follow automatically. These following trucks don't just rely on sensors. They also receive real-time speed and braking information directly from the lead truck. The connection between trucks uses short-range signals that are fast and reliable. If the signal ever drops, radar and other sensors step in to help the trucks keep a safe distance. In most systems, the trucks keep a steady gap, usually about 0.3 seconds apart, which equals roughly 98 feet at highway speeds. The system includes software that decides when trucks should join or leave a platoon, how to respond if another car cuts in, and what to do in emergencies. If road conditions aren't ideal, like strong winds or steep hills, the system can increase the distance between trucks or pause the platooning. Drivers always stay alert and can take over anytime. One of the biggest benefits is fuel savings. The truck and back can save up to 10% on fuel, and the front one can save around 4 to 8% depending on conditions. This also helps reduce emissions. Some studies show carbon dioxide output could drop by 9 to 13% across different truck setups. Researchers are now working on ways to make the system work across entire networks. They're using artificial intelligence to help trucks coordinate and technologies like blockchain to safely verify which trucks can join a group, even if they're from different companies. This trailer can carry a wide range of container sizes, from 20 to 45 feet. It can handle up to 35,300 pounds on the kingpin and around 59,500 pounds across all its axles. One of its key features is a frame that can be extended mechanically, letting it stretch from roughly 30 to 45 feet. It rides on 3 axles with air suspension. Each can hold just under 10,000 pounds. In many models, the front axle can be lifted manually to reduce wear on the tires when the trailer isn't fully loaded. For support when stationary, it comes with Jost landing gear that has 2-speed operation and slide tilt feet. For more, there's a sliding section at the front that helps position a 45-foot container correctly without going over legal length limits. Features like mudguards and side protection are included too. Optional upgrades include a system for transporting hazardous goods, a gene set for cooled containers, and a steering axle to reduce tire wear on turns. Meanwhile, in France, a German tech company is testing self-driving yard trucks to help move trailers and containers around busy logistics sites. These electric trucks are made to run all day, every day, without needing a driver. They use sensors like cameras, radar, and ultrasound to understand their surroundings and plan their routes. The system can automatically connect and disconnect trailers, making the process faster and more efficient. Each truck stays in touch with a central control through advanced communication tools like 5G and V2X. From there, operators can track where the vehicles are, check how they're performing, and even take over remotely if needed. The trucks are often built by upgrading diesel yard tractors into electric ones. They can handle different types and sizes of trailers and turn in tight spaces, which is important in crowded industrial yards. Before starting at a new site, the company runs a full survey and creates a digital version of the yard. This helps plan the best routes and makes it easier to connect the trucks with the systems already in place. Charging happens automatically, though details about how long it takes or how much energy is stored haven't been shared yet. In a trial with DHL in France, the system was used in a yard that handles about 200 trucks a day. The results showed a 20% increase in preloading speed and a major drop in carbon emissions, over 90% less than diesel trucks. And here we look at a self-driving truck. Yes, yeah. Self-driving trucks are even easier to deploy than self-driving cars, at least in specific settings. That might seem surprising, but here's why. Long-haul trucks typically drive on highways, where traffic is more predictable, there are fewer pedestrians, and the road environment changes less often compared to city streets. And here we're looking at a system using 18 sensors to understand and respond to its surroundings. It includes 2 Hesai 360-degree LiDARs that watch the sides and back, 2 Luminar Iris LiDARs, 4 ZF4D radars that can detect objects far ahead and even tell how high they are, and 10 cameras that cover wide and narrow views. All of these are packed into sensor pods, small modules that can be swapped out quickly if needed. The system fits into existing Class 8 trucks with only minor changes. Instead of putting the sensors on the roof, it places them where side mirrors would go, which makes them easier to reach and less likely to get damaged. The software running the truck uses artificial intelligence to spot objects, plan its path, and stay on track. It keeps learning from every trip and through simulations. By this year, Kodiak trucks had driven more than 2.6 million miles on their own. In Texas and New Mexico, they're already being used to carry loads like sand for Atlas Energy Solutions. These trucks run along company-approved roads connected to a 42-mile conveyor system and operate nearly around the clock, stopping only for fuel or checks. Starting our today's journey with a massive beauty made in Luxembourg and used for carrying logs in forestry work. Just look at it. It comes with either 2 or 3 axles, and the axles can be set up in different ways depending on what's needed. It uses air suspension, which helps balance the trailer when it's carrying heavy loads. There are two types of steering systems available. One works on friction, the other uses hydraulics, and both are there to help the driver stay in control, especially when turning through narrow or uneven paths in the forest. The trailer can stretch in 1 or 2 sections, so it can carry short logs or very long ones, up to around 72 feet. Steel posts, usually 3 to 5 sets, are used to keep the logs in place during transport. It is fitted with BPW axles, disc brakes, and standard-sized tires. It connects to the truck using a 2-inch kingpin and is built with a solid steel frame that can extend when needed. Some versions allow for a loading crane to be added, either on the trailer itself or on the truck. This crane makes it possible to load and unload logs even in remote areas without extra equipment. It weighs around 20,300 pounds on its own and can handle axle loads up to 44,000 pounds. And now, looking at a 60-foot Danish roll trailer, capable of moving really heavy loads, up to 120 tons, across short distances, like in ports or industrial yards. When it's empty, it weighs about 32,000 pounds. It rides on 4 axles, with each one able to handle over 55,000 pounds. The fifth wheel, the part that connects to the towing vehicle, can carry more than 81,000 pounds on its own. The deck is made of thick steel and can handle pressure up to 4.8 pounds per square inch. It's a wide trailer too, about 9 feet across, and stands just under 3 feet tall. Instead of inflatable tires, it uses solid rubber ones. There are 8 in total, and each is over 2 feet in diameter. These tires help keep the trailer steady when it's carrying heavy equipment or containers. It's not meant for high speeds. It can go just over 6 miles per hour when loaded, and up to 10 miles per hour when it's empty. It's best used for short trips, under 1.5 miles at a time, and then it needs a few hours to cool down before the next run. The trailer frame is made of strong steel and coated to handle exposure to weather in work environments like docks or yards. Along the sides and surface, there are secure points, 50 heavy-duty rings, and additional tie-down spots, so cargo can be firmly strapped in during transport. It also has forklift pockets spaced about 6.7 feet apart, so workers can lift and move it when needed. Next, a British system that includes a full range of hydraulic parts made for trucks. It starts with gear pumps that come in sizes from 25 cubic centimeters to 110 cubic centimeters. These are available with different mounting styles to match most setups. There are also bent axis piston pumps in the XPI series, which use 7 pistons and can switch rotation direction on their own. They're designed to handle pressure well and prevent fluid leaks. PTO units connect the truck's engine to the hydraulic system, and there are many types to fit different truck brands. To transfer power, it also uses quill shafts. Hydraulic tanks range from 27 to 300 liters and can be mounted on the side or the back. Power packs come in 12 or 24 volt versions with small reservoirs and built-in valve controls. There are plenty of fittings, swivels, and couplings to connect the system parts, all in sizes from 1/4 inch up to 2 inches. The hook and go sheeting system is fully automatic. It adjusts its width on its own to stay within road limits and covers loads without needing extra manual work. The high tower hook version is partly automatic. It raises a tall arm up to 15 feet, then the user pulls the sheet over by hand. For tipping, the system includes front-end tipping gears that work with trucks from 7.5 tons up to 44 tons. The cylinders are made from strong, solid steel tubes built to hold up under pressure. These loaders come with telescopic arms, stabilizers, and simple controls placed at ground level. There's also the option to operate them remotely. And Sweden. There's this side loader that can handle up to 79,000 pounds, 36 metric tons, strong enough for full-size containers. Plus, even though it has this high capacity, its design keeps the trailer's total weight low, so it uses less fuel and helps reduce wear on tires and roads. Another feature of it is its double-action support leg system that can work in two different ways. In step-over mode, the legs stretch outward so the machine can lift containers over another trailer or a rail wagon. In sledge mode, the legs stay close to the body, which is helpful when working in tight spaces. This system gives the operator better control over how and where containers are placed. To start lifting, the operator first lowers the support legs to keep the trailer steady. Then, the crane arms move sideways, attached to the container, and lift it either onto the trailer or down to the ground. The hydraulic system moves the crane smoothly and evenly, keeping everything balanced. Some models also have sensors that check if the legs are in the right position before lifting begins, adding an extra layer of safety. It can be set up in different ways, depending on the job. It can use a fixed, telescopic, or truck-mounted chassis, and it works with 20, 40, and 45-foot containers. Its hydraulic components are made to deliver steady power while reducing stress on the frame. Because of its quick cycle time, it helps move containers faster, which saves time in transport and loading operations. Next, this German system works a lot like the way electric trains get their power. Instead of relying only on batteries or fuel, trucks can get electricity directly from overhead wires while they're driving. A special arm, called a pantograph, connects the truck to these wires. When the truck enters a section of road with this setup, the arm automatically reaches up and starts drawing power. Once the truck leaves that section, the arm lowers, and the truck switches back to using its regular engine or battery. The power lines above the road send electricity to the truck as it moves, even at full highway speeds. The system can use either direct current, 670 volts DC, or alternating current, 750 volts AC, depending on how it's built. The pantograph can shift side to side if the truck changes lanes, and it can raise or lower, depending on what the road or driver needs. One big benefit is that trucks don't have to carry huge batteries or stop to charge. Getting power straight from the wires while driving keeps them going longer and saves energy. It also cuts down on the energy lost when charging and using batteries. In tests, the system has worked well with hybrid and electric trucks that are already on the road. It's been able to handle real traffic, different road shapes, and normal driving conditions. When the overhead wires end, the truck keeps driving just like normal, with the pantograph folding down and staying out of the way. And an Australian driver monitoring system using infrared cameras and AI to track eye and head movements, detecting signs of fatigue or distraction in real time. It starts working as soon as the vehicle begins to move, using special sensors and infrared light to watch the driver's face, eyes, and head movements. By tracking things like blinking and where the driver is looking, it can tell if someone is getting tired or distracted. It works well in all kinds of lighting, day or night, even if the driver is wearing sunglasses. There's a small camera facing the driver, another one looking at the road, and a seat feature that vibrates to get the driver's attention if something's wrong. It also uses sounds and lights to warn the driver. When the system notices something risky, it saves the event. This includes things like how fast the vehicle was going, where it was, how long the event lasted, and short video clips. The system only keeps this kind of data when a problem is detected. Otherwise, it just keeps recording over itself every 24 hours. Once an event is saved, the system sends the information to a team of people who review it. They make sure the system got it right and decide how serious the situation was. Fleet managers can then check these events through an online dashboard. They can see trends, spot patterns, and decide what actions to take to improve safety. About 90% of US imports arrive in shipping containers, yet many of those containers leave American ports empty because the country imports far more manufactured goods than it exports. To keep this flow efficient, specialized equipment is needed. One such machine is the side loader, designed to move shipping containers quickly. It is capable of lifting 36 to 40 metric tons. Despite its power, the 3-axle version, which carries 20 to 40-foot containers, has a tare weight starting at just 8.4 tons, making it one of the lightest in its class. In practice, transferring a container from the ground, or another trailer, usually takes only 2 to 4 minutes. It uses a double action support leg system with 2 simple modes. In step over mode, the legs stretch out about 10.5 feet, so the machine can lift a container over a trailer next to it, or even a rail car. In sledge mode, the legs reach about 6.5 feet. This is better for tight spaces and quicker setup. Together, these modes let the side loader work perfect in many different places. You can choose from several chassis and mounting setups. The 110S has a fixed chassis with sliding cranes and is the lightest option. The 110C adds a sliding, telescopic chassis to spread weight along longer containers. The 110A uses a 3-part chassis that can balance weight on 2 or 3-axle trucks and can shorten for 20-foot loads. The 110T is a simple telescopic frame that adjusts from 20 to 40 feet. The model was first launched in 2017, entered the US in 2023, and is now used worldwide. The system works like a lift that turns the truck into a moving loading dock. It can raise the platform from just 2 inches off the ground to 5.25 feet in about 8 seconds, so box containers can move easily between ground level and a standard dock. A hydraulic hinge keeps the platform flat and locked to the truck frame while it moves. It can carry between 3,300 and over 6,600 pounds, depending on setup. The box units themselves can be up to 216 inches long, 71 inches wide, and 118 inches tall. Strips on the platform help absorb bumps from uneven ground and lower the risk of injuries while loading. Because it acts like a mobile dock, you don't need a fixed loading bay. You can load or unload wherever the vehicle can park. The detachable box units can be preloaded and swapped, and the driver doesn't have to leave the cab. Containers can be shifted between stops without changing vehicles, which makes route planning more flexible. The system fits many fields, including logistics, construction supply, healthcare, and recycling. Anywhere goods need to move fast in changing conditions. On delivery routes with around 25 stops, operators report saving up to 1.5 hours a day by avoiding delays at normal docks. At distribution centers, a full container swap takes about 2 minutes, which sharply reduces idle time. Seeing a semi-trailer roll directly onto a railway wagon without the help of a crane may seem almost like an illusion, yet it's achieved through the innovative Lohr railway system. For more than 10 years, this approach has been reshaping the way goods move across borders, particularly between nations such as France and Italy. It uses long jointed rail wagons with low floors so trailers can be moved on and off easily. Each wagon is about 112 feet long and has 2 low floor decks. A shared central bogie supports the joint between wagons, with bogies at each end as well. One wagon carries 2 trailers. It weighs about 75,000 pounds empty and can carry up to around 243,000 pounds when loaded. Loading is the standout feature. The deck turns roughly 30 degrees to line up with ramped lanes in special terminals. trailers are then rolled straight on and off. Afterward, the deck swings back into line with the tracks. The terminals have ground-level tracks and hydraulic pockets that make this movement possible. Depending on the site, a terminal can work with a full train about 2,625 feet long, or shorter segments around 1,300 feet. With good conditions, a whole train can be loaded in as little as 15 minutes. More commonly, it takes about 30 to 90 minutes. Several wagons can be worked at the same time, which cuts waiting time for the train. The system uses standard rail parts to keep maintenance simpler, and while its main method is horizontal, the wagons can also take clamp-on trailers using cranes at terminals that support vertical handling. Designed to move people, literally and figuratively, the Expandable Touchdown lives up to its name. On the road, it tows like a standard trailer. At the destination, it converts in just 15 minutes, turning into an office, a shop, or nearly any kind of space you need. The largest version, at 53 feet, opens up to give around 807 square feet of indoor space. When expanded, it measures nearly 16 feet wide and almost 10 feet tall, offering a roomy interior. A smaller 38-foot version provides about 560 square feet. While traveling, both shrink down to the size of a standard trailer, making them easy to move. Using a hydraulic control panel, the system automatically extends its support legs, moves the axle back, and lowers itself close to the ground. An auto-leveling feature makes sure the unit sits evenly, even if the ground is not flat. Inside, the walls extend outward through slide-out sections, creating much more floor space. Some models even have rooftop terraces that can be reached with a spiral staircase. The structure uses strong materials, including reinforced glass and a sturdy frame. Depending on the version, the interior can include features like dual air conditioning, LED lights, heated floors, and plenty of electrical outlets. A built-in battery makes setup possible even without a power source, and it recharges when connected to the grid. Because it's made using standardized manufacturing, delivery can happen fairly quickly, often within 14 to 20 weeks. The price starts at $297,360. Honestly, how do you price this kind of mobility? Meet the Zacklift D-Boom arm. It turns a truck into a multi-purpose powerhouse. It is designed to easily fit onto an existing fifth-wheeler system using just 2 pins. This means there's no need for major changes. When pulled in, it can handle loads up to 50,000 pounds, and when fully stretched out, it manages 18,000 pounds. The unit itself weighs 5,200 pounds and hooks directly into the truck's hydraulic system through a chassis receiver bracket. It comes with a winch that has 200 feet of wire rope, a pivot bracket for the boom, and is already wired for hydraulic controls. It was made in Washington and was introduced alongside other models like the Genesis and S-Tau. What makes it stand out is that, unlike systems requiring full vehicle rebuilding, the retracted position allows for the heaviest lifting, while the extended position provides extra reach without losing function. The worn 20K winch gives it immediate pulling power, and the available upgrades make it adaptable for different recovery jobs. Since it connects straight into the truck's hydraulics, there's no need for big changes to the chassis. This vehicle is built from the ground up to be a mobile billboard. It's based on a Ford Transit 350 chassis, ordered directly from the factory, so it can handle the extra weight and power needs of high-powered LED screens. It's not a converted work van. The whole platform is chosen to withstand constant use. An aluminum body holds the LED display, engineered from scratch to keep the structure stiff and stable while driving. Power comes from a 20 kilowatt super quiet diesel generator. It runs the screens and onboard electronics continuously. The display uses SMD LED panels with a P2.9 or P3 pixel pitch, meaning the pixels are close together for a sharp, clear image that looks good up close and from different angles. Content is delivered through the cloud using a remote media player. There's no need for a computer inside the truck, and updates can be pushed in real time. This keeps things simple for drivers and technicians and reduces the chance of failures or delays. This setup meets growing demand in out-of-home advertising, a segment producing over $1.8 billion annually within a $7.7 billion market. Lead Innovations, founded in 2022, is expanding through a franchise model. They use street metrics for digital analytics, including impression tracking, campaign reach, and audience mapping to measure and improve results. The MK1 E Master is fully electric. It uses 2 efficient motors to run a dual-pressure hydraulic system. Power comes from lithium battery blocks. You can install from 1 up to 5. In normal use, it runs about 8 to 16 hours. For non-stop, multi-shift work, you just add more blocks. The built-in 10 kilowatt charger takes roughly 2 to 12 hours, while an external 50 kilowatt fast charger can fill it up in about 20 minutes. A battery management system keeps an eye on heat and battery health, and you can expect around 1,000 full charge cycles before you notice performance changes. The hydraulics are self-contained and don't rely on a tractor. Energy-saving accumulators capture more than half of the lifting energy, cutting electricity use. A smart monitor records cycles, temperature, speed, and battery level every 10 milliseconds. This data syncs to the cloud and can tie into your warehouse and fleet software. Sensors read traction, steering, and pressure based on the load and tune the machine in real time. You can add an AI-assisted rear camera to see better in areas with foot traffic. You can add the safe roll hydraulic gooseneck for easier cassette handling and fewer manual steps. Because it runs on electricity, the MK1 E Master can cut annual emissions by up to 60,000 kilograms of CO2, about the same as 31 passenger cars. Another challenging day on the road for a truck driver. This time, he's tasked with hauling a heavy cable drum along rough off-road terrain. Still, he remains confident. The reason? He's equipped with a compact, high-tech trailer built specifically for carrying cable drums. It can handle drums about 94 to 177 inches in diameter and up to 94 inches wide. The trailer's rated load is estimated around 26,000 pounds. It uses a steel frame with road gear like dual-line air brakes and lights. The electric motor turns the drum directly, so crews don't need separate machines or hand cranks. A hydraulic lift raises the drum from the ground onto the trailer. Once it's on, mechanical locks and adjustable restraints keep it steady while moving. The powered rotation makes unspooling easier over long runs or uneven ground. Because it can both carry and unroll the cable, the trailer reduces the number of steps on site. Adjustable frame parts help it fit different drum sizes. This unit turns a standard road tractor into a heavy-duty tow truck. When the boom is pulled in, it can lift up to 35,000 pounds. When it's extended, it can lift 16,000 pounds. The reach ranges from 51 inches to 113 inches past the tailboard, depending on how you set it up. A powered tilt of 20 degrees helps you line up the hook and release it smoothly. The unit itself weighs about 6,200 pounds and comes with a 20,000 pound planetary winch. It locks onto the tractor using a front lockdown bracket and the fifth wheel plate, so the connection stays secure. You can add an optional wetline hydraulic kit for independent hydraulics, which includes a PTO, pump, reservoir, and quick connect couplers. The design shifts weight forward, shortens the rear overhang, and increases load on the front axle. That makes the tractor handle better and feel more stable while towing. Quick release front legs let you drop the unit in minutes to cut down time. Controls are on the passenger side to keep operators safer during roadside work, and safety chains add another layer of security. Lift fork storage is built in, so it doesn't take up extra space. Standard features include quick connect air and electrical hookups, front stabilizer stands, a low-profile pivoting crossbar with a 70-degree range, and chain hook end caps. To use it, your tractor should have at least a 250-inch wheelbase and at least 84 inches of clearance from the front of the unit to the trunnion center. In the 2025, Renault truck's old side mirrors are replaced by small cameras. They sit on folding wings that help the truck cut through the air. Two screens inside the cab show a live view of what's behind and beside the truck, and the picture stays clear in different lighting. This setup gives the driver a wider, more precise view. Called Rear Digital Vision, it shows areas that normal mirrors can miss, including blind spots. The cameras are placed to help the driver make better choices when turning, overtaking, and reversing. But the most important feature is the added safety for vulnerable road users. The side detection radar alerts the driver to the presence of cyclists and pedestrians, making city routes much safer. The video feed stays sharp day and night, so the driver doesn't have to keep moving their head to check around. That reduces tiredness on long trips and helps driver during tricky maneuvers. The image remains stable even when the truck vibrates. The French team at Gaussin, famous among motorsport fans for their hydrogen-powered Dakar truck, is pushing ahead with promising hydrogen technology. One of their newest projects is a hydrogen platform for trucks and tractors. A 20-minute refuel can provide up to 800 kilometers of range, and the platform can handle loads up to 40 tons. It comes in two versions, one powered by hydrogen that can go up to 500 miles, and another powered by batteries that can travel 250 miles per charge. The battery version also allows a full swap in just 3 minutes. Both versions can reach speeds of 55 miles per hour. The chassis is about 880 pounds lighter than traditional truck frames. Its design can be adjusted in length, height, and axle setup. A universal mounting plate also makes it easier to attach equipment such as trailers, tanks, or flatbeds. The platform has an open interface that works with autonomous driving software. It is protected by several patents focusing on flexible design and easy integration into manufacturing. Because it can connect to outside software systems without major changes, manufacturers and transport companies can get it into use more quickly. With this project, Gaussin is stepping into the market for zero-emission road freight. To spread adoption, it launched a licensing plan aimed at giving out 41 licenses in 3 years. If the plan succeeds, the platform could make up about 5% of the clean truck market by 2031, which would be around 450,000 vehicles. The Halo inflator has smart sensors built into it. They stay in place even when you service the tire. It connects through Bluetooth, radio, the vehicle data network, GPS, and LTE, so it can talk to your fleet software and the truck's electronics. Each unit installs in about 5 minutes and doesn't need special tools. These sensors read tire pressure right at the wheel. They send and receive updates in real time. Fleet managers can adjust target pressures from anywhere, based on load or road conditions. Halo Connect i3 is an automatic tire inflation and analytics system for medium and heavy-duty trucks and trailers, and it works to predict problems before they happen. It's trained on more than 100 billion miles of fleet data and is running on over 1 million tires. The analytics can spot pressure drops, uneven wear, and likely failure points. It filters out false alarms from quick temperature changes and only flags the important alerts. The tread diagnostics feature can use several data sources, including advanced handheld 3D scanners. It gives clear feedback on alignment issues, uneven wear, or mismatched tires. Technicians get tire-specific, position-specific data so they can fix problems faster without checking the whole vehicle. Reports can be scheduled at different times and tailored to each fleet. With steady, correct inflation, fleets can see 1 to 2% better fuel economy, up to 70% fewer tire-related roadside incidents, and around 3 tons less CO2 per truck each year. That can add up to about $2,000 saved per vehicle. The deadliest flood in U.S. history was the 1889 Johnstown flood in Pennsylvania, when a dam burst and released 20 million tons of water, killing more than 2,200 people within minutes. That tragedy showed just how devastating uncontrolled water can be. To manage large volumes of water, modern systems are built with powerful technology. One example is a pumping unit that uses 2 submersible centrifugal pumps capable of moving up to 6,000 gallons per minute. Driven by a diesel-powered hydraulic system and supported by a 200-gallon fuel tank, the unit can run for about 8 hours. The machine is very strong, built with a carbon steel frame that's 16 feet long, 8 feet wide, over 8 feet tall, and weighs nearly 15 tons. There are several ways to deploy it: as a base skid, with a hook lift, or as a trailer. Towing options include kingpin, lunette, pintle, or ball hitches, so it can fit different vehicles and setups. Controls are simple. A sealed LCD panel shows engine information, and waterproof switches run the hydraulic functions. Floating intake modules weigh about 300 pounds each. They can be moved by hand and connect quickly using quick disconnect fittings. Knappen equips many of its trailers with lift axles, giving customers an edge on demanding routes. The axle can raise automatically based on load, or be operated manually. Think of them as extra axles you can raise or lower, depending on how heavy the load is. Airbags or air cylinders, controlled by a valve, do the lifting. Each axle can carry up to 9,000 kilograms. Most trailers have 3 or 4 axles, with the first or third usually set up to lift. Typical wheelbase is around 356 inches. The lift axle works together with the trailer's electronic braking system. So when the trailer is heavy, the EBS lowers the lift axle to spread the weight across more wheels. When the load is light, it raises the axle to reduce rolling resistance and save fuel. You can also control it yourself with a remote, an in-cab switch, a control panel on the trailer, or by pressing the brake pedal in a specific pattern. On slippery ground, or when the trailer isn't fully loaded, lowering the front lift axle shifts more weight to the drive axle, giving you better traction. In tight spaces, raising the rear axle shortens the effective wheelbase so the trailer can turn more sharply without stressing the mechanics. The Finnish company Vama provides a road maintenance solution that requires no special equipment. A small trailer and, for example, a van are enough. Despite its simplicity, the system is highly efficient, allowing work once done by full crews to be completed by a single operator. It automatically picks up snowplow marker sticks without stopping the vehicle. It works at speeds up to 18.6 miles per hour and covers a 118-inch wide area, so it can collect markers from both sides of the road in one pass. It weighs about 551 pounds, runs on a 4-kilowatt air-cooled engine, and uses the host vehicle for its electrical power. Each stick takes about 8 to 12 seconds to collect, roughly 150 per hour. It mounts securely on trailers, truck beds, or similar platforms, and nothing sticks out during transport. Sensors on the machine spot the roadside sticks. When one is detected, a collection arm lifts it into an onboard container automatically while the vehicle keeps moving. Because workers don't need to get out, they spend less time near traffic and face fewer hazards. With no stopping or manual handling, crews keep their momentum and finish routes more quickly. Slepner DB45 is built to move heavy tracked machines. It can carry up to 45 tons, while the trailer itself weighs 11 tons. The load deck is about 3.6 meters and about 4.8 meters. Top speed is about 9 miles per hour when loaded and 18 miles per hour when empty. It's built for all weather, with an operating range from -40 degrees Fahrenheit to 122 degrees Fahrenheit. Loading and unloading are quick thanks to a tilting bed and a tight turning radius, so it handles uneven or cramped sites well. It's set up for machines of roughly 35 tons, such as dozers, drills, and excavators from Epiroc, Sandvik, and Caterpillar. It can also carry wheeled machines, containers, and other modules. Hooking the trailer to an ADT takes only a few minutes, so crews can switch between hauling and normal dump truck work fast. Once in use, it can cut machine travel time by as much as 85%. That speeds up daily cycles and can lift fleet output by 12 to 20%. Because machines spend less time trimming on their tracks, undercarriage wear can drop by up to 50%, maintenance needs by around 20%, and overall life cycle costs by about 10 to 18%. The trailer's onboard systems manage all the braking and hydraulics. A low center of gravity and smart wheel placement keep it stable. The team at Hylian is developing a very promising powertrain called the Hypertruck ERX. Built for semi-trucks, it uses a blend of gas and electric power. In this setup, the internal combustion engine's sole job is to generate electricity. It isn't connected to the clutch or transmission, and that's only the beginning. 2 electric motors, each with a 2-speed gearbox, drive the rear axles. Together, they make about 670 horsepower at the wheels. On battery power alone, it can go roughly 75 miles. After that, a natural gas engine turns on, but only to generate electricity. It never connects to the wheels. Instead, it feeds the batteries so the truck can keep going for over 1,000 miles in total. Fuel is stored in up to 4 compressed natural gas tanks, with capacity similar to about 175 gallons of diesel. Lighter 2 or 3 tank setups are also available. The truck uses smart charging logic that looks at the route ahead. If a downhill is coming, or a place where braking will recapture energy, it lets the battery run lower first. In geofenced city or warehouse areas, it prioritizes quiet, zero tailpipe emission electric driving. Inside, it's much quieter, about 10 decibels less than comparable diesels when in electric mode. Acceleration is instant, both from a stop and on the highway. Regenerative braking can be adjusted with a stalk on the steering column, making one-pedal driving possible by choosing how strongly the truck slows and recovers energy. Eco-flaps and eco-caps are special add-on parts made from a strong nylon material that lasts a long time. Each EcoCap is very light, only 1.8 pounds, and can be attached to a wheel in less than 5 seconds. EcoFlaps weigh less than 3 pounds, are easy to mount using angled brackets, and meet safety standards set by the Department of Transportation. Both products are approved by the EPA's SmartWay program, meaning they are recognized for helping save fuel. Mesilla Valley Transportation Solutions tested these products using its fuel economy program. The tests took place on a 9-mile closed track in Pecos, Texas, at a steady speed of 65 miles per hour. The test vehicles carried between 39,000 and 45,000 pounds and used dual tires on all axles. To make sure results were accurate, they used fuel flow meters, GPS, pressure sensors, and temperature sensors for both tires and air. Their measurements were very precise, with only a 0.2 to 0.5% margin of error. When EcoFlaps and EcoCaps were used together on a truck and trailer, fuel savings reached 1.7 gallons per 1,000 miles. Road maintenance is getting simpler and faster. The MRL Grind Pro system handles multiple tasks that used to require a full crew. It is built to remove pavement and prep surfaces. It uses 2 or 4 cutting heads, each 20 inches in diameter. You can set the removal width to roughly 9 to 13 inches, so it works for small or large jobs. The hydrostatic drive lets you move as slowly as 0.1 miles per hour, which helps with consistent work. It can handle many tasks with its tooling system: grinding, grooving, plunge cuts, slot cuts for raised markers, and removing curing compounds. You can also add attachments for inlaid markings and markings that work with snow plows. Dust is pulled up by a vacuum, and a hydraulic tilt chassis keeps the heads in contact with surfaces. That helps collect debris evenly. Based on how it's set up, debris can be dumped by tilting, by an auger from the bottom, or lifted high for dumping. Hydraulics powers the saw heads, vacuum, and onboard compressor. Oil coolers and a multi-stage filter help the system run well for long periods. All controls run through MRL's touchscreen, which records data in real time. The 2025 updates add a few key improvements: the ability to run 4 boxes at once, larger 14-inch saw boxes for better reach, and improved airflow. Each saw box can now be set to its own depth. Lemax brings a sense of comfort and familiarity to the demanding world of freight transport. The company designs sleeper cabins that fit a wide variety of trucks, ranging from Renault to Evco. They are built with care for both the outside shape and the inside layout. The streamlined exterior helps the truck use less fuel by reducing drag. This is especially important for drivers and companies who spend long hours and long distances on the road. Inside, the cabins come in different layouts, giving drivers practical and comfortable options when they spend weeks away from home. One of the key features is the sleeping area. Some models include a proper full-size mattress, measuring 79 by 27.5 inches, so drivers can sleep on a real bed instead of a cramped bunk. Heating systems are also built in, keeping the cabin warm even during freezing weather. The cabins are also designed to reduce noise from the highway and wind. This sound insulation makes it easier for drivers to rest without being disturbed. Since long-distance driving is tiring and stressful, being able to sleep well is directly linked to staying alert and safe while driving. Some Lemax models even have small kitchens, allowing drivers to cook their own meals. This gives them more freedom on the road and reduces the need to depend on restaurants or roadside stops. To help drivers and fleet managers explore their options, Lemax also offers a free online 3D tour. This digital tool lets people look inside the cabins, check the bed sizes, see the different layouts, and view extra features before making a decision. It makes the buying process much easier. Mack Protect is a safety system made for the Pioneer truck. It uses radar and forward-facing cameras as its main sensors and comes in 3 levels. The standard package includes forward crash warning, adaptive cruise control, automatic emergency braking, lane departure warning, and help in stop-and-go traffic, forward pedestrian detection, road sign recognition, and front airbags. The Pro package adds side awareness, help with lane changes, blind spot alerts, side pedestrian alerts, and side curtain airbags. The Premier package adds active steering through Max Command Steer electric motor to gently help keep the truck centered in its lane. The system constantly watches the road ahead and to the sides for vehicles, people, and other objects. If it spots trouble, it warns the driver with sounds, gentle vibrations, and a heads-up display that shows a red bar in the driver's view. It can recognize and show up to 3 traffic signs at the same time. It also tracks lane position and watches for signs that the driver may be distracted or getting tired. Each solar panel is about 2 by 1 meter and only 3 millimeters thick. It can produce up to 430 watts in strong sun, using high-efficiency monocrystalline cells. A panel weighs around 13 pounds and is built to handle regular washing and the bumps and vibration of daily use. The system stores energy in a 4 kilowatt-hour lithium battery that weighs about 77 pounds and sits inside the main electronics unit. It runs on a 24-volt setup with smart controls that juggle power from the solar panels, the battery, the vehicle's alternator, and the onboard electronics. You can keep an eye on everything remotely through a GPS and 4G connected dashboard that shows how the energy is flowing. It's made for trucks and trailers and supplies power whether the vehicle is parked or moving. While parked, it can run key cabin needs, like HVAC, lights, and infotainment, so you don't have to idle the engine. On the road, it can support or partly take over from the alternator to reduce load on the engine. On trailers, it can power tail lifts, pallet jacks, and similar tools even when the trailer isn't attached to the truck. Installation doesn't interfere with existing parts and usually takes 1 to 2 days. In testing, the system cut diesel uses by about 2,000 liters per vehicle per year, roughly a 5.5% fuel savings, and reduced CO2 emissions by 3 to 9 tons annually. In one longer study, it supplied 53% of a truck's electrical needs and saved more than 1,600 liters of diesel. By late 2024, around 100 vehicles in Europe were using the system, with adoption growing as fleets look to save fuel and lower emissions. This hook loader is built for heavy trucks. It can lift loads up to 26 tons and works with standard containers that are up to 5.79 meters long inside. The frame is a low, modular Z shape that keeps the center of gravity down, so the truck feels stable while driving and operating. It tips to 52 degrees for quick, clean unloading. Hydraulic cam locks hold the container firmly during transport, and it can pair with Harsh's width-adjustable hook-and-go sheeting system to keep loads covered to legal standards. It uses a hydraulic setup with minimal electronics, making it easier to run and fix. It weighs 3,250 kilograms and is made from high-tensile steel. Its modular design also shortens installation and makes routine service more direct. You can add options like remote control hook operation, drawbar couplings, and onboard weighing. These extras help it fit different jobs in waste, recycling, and heavy material transport. In day-to-day use, companies report strong reliability. One fleet that installed more than a dozen units saw steady lifting power, quick tipping, and very little downtime. Another ran it on a Scania 8x4 and liked the fast cycle times and flexible sheeting setup. A scrap operator logged 6 months of continuous work with no unplanned stoppages. Hadrian 10 is a huge robot that builds walls. It rides on a truck or crawler and stretches almost 98 feet long. It can lift blocks that weigh about 440 pounds and lay up to 500 of them every hour. These are big blocks, up to 12 times larger than normal bricks. Instead of using wet mortar, the machine uses a strong adhesive, like construction glue. This makes building faster. It's also extremely precise, placing blocks with accuracy of about plus or minus 0.02 inches, better than a person can do by hand. The robot works from a digital 3D plan. You upload the building design, and it turns that into step-by-step instructions. After setup and loading the materials, it places each block automatically and figures out the best path to use the materials. It runs on a diesel generator, but it can be adapted to use electric power if needed. Its dynamic stabilization technology uses sensors and smart controls to correct the arm's movement if there's wind, vibration, or uneven ground. It also checks its position with GPS, lasers, and cameras to make sure every block goes exactly where it should. The system has already built single-story house walls in Australia and the United States, usually in 1 to 2 days. It's now being prepared for bigger commercial jobs with multi-unit designs, and there are agreements to bring it to places like Mexico, India, Saudi Arabia, and the US. This is a truck that unfolds into a full stage in under an hour. It's built on a Phaeton almond chassis. When you park, 4 hydraulic legs and 2 manual stabilizers keep everything steady. The roof, side wings, and main deck all move by hydraulic power and lock in place with safety pins, so setup is quick. Opened up, the stage is about 24 to 25 feet wide and 28 feet deep, with the deck 5 feet off the ground. The roof is around 15 feet high. The center floor uses anti-slip boards. The platform can handle up to 400 kilograms per square meter. Overhead, the roof rig can carry about 7,700 pounds, and the line array brackets can hold up to 1,000 kilograms total. A built-in truss includes 6 power sockets across 3 circuits. There's room for branding. A front banner around 35 feet by 4 feet, and 2 side banners about 5 feet by 14 feet. You can also add options like a 5 by 3 meter hydraulic LED screen, a full sound setup with line arrays, subs, monitors, and mixers, plus lighting like beam heads, LED pars, COB fixtures, fog, and a King Kong controller. Power comes from an ultra-silent 75 kilovolt ampere generator. Clearing snow and ice from trailer roofs is quicker with Yeti. It uses a special floating head that automatically adjusts to the roof's height and to how thick the snow or ice is. A set of small skis keeps it in steady contact, so it cleans without damaging the surface. Inside the head are 3 rubber augers that work one after another. The first loosens packed snow without leaving marks. The second moves the material into a blower, and the third clears out leftover chunks. A brush then sweeps away the fine debris, so the roof is clean when you're done. The unit hooks up easily for most ground trucks, semis, carriers, and road trains. You can turn it on by hand or with a smart card. Its compact frame mounts on concrete or asphalt pads and doesn't take much space. Once the pad is ready, installing the unit takes about 4 hours, and you can have the full system up and running in a day. Operation is easy. The truck pulls in and starts the system. The floating head aligns itself, the augers begin, then the blower and brush finish the job. The truck drives out with a clear roof and ready to load. 1 person can run the system. It cuts the job from around 30 minutes with manual tools to less than 2 minutes per trailer. tractor-trailers can now achieve better fuel efficiency without requiring complicated upgrades or lengthy downtime. This isn't just a promise, it's reality, made possible by Truck Wings, an aerodynamic solution that tackles one of the biggest challenges in trucking. The concept is both practical and innovative. Truck Wings panels automatically close the gap between the tractor and the trailer, covering both the sides and the roof to reduce drag. It adjusts itself based on speed. Once the truck goes over 52 miles per hour, the panels slide out to close the gap between the cab and the trailer. That smooths airflow, cuts wind resistance, and saves energy. When the truck slows down or needs to maneuver in tight spots, the panels pull back automatically. No action needed from the driver. It fits many truck setups and fuel types, installs in under 2 hours, and ties into cloud telematics to track fuel use, deployment time, and emissions. Parts are easy to swap, so it fits right into normal fleet maintenance. In real use, fleets typically see 3% to 6% fuel savings, with tests showing up to 6.2% on diesel Class 8-day cabs. Windy conditions can boost savings further, sometimes up to 12%, depending on the truck and route. Trucks with a big gap between cab and trailer tend to pay back faster, while long-haul sleeper cabs get steady gains over many miles. On electric trucks, it can add about 10 to 150 extra miles. So far, trucks using this tech have logged more than 1 billion miles. Fleets report saving more than 1,100 gallons of diesel and cutting roughly 15,000 pounds of emissions per vehicle each year. Zafco's mobile workshop is basically a full tire shop packed into a small van that comes to you. It can do wheel alignment, wheel balancing, tire repairs, and tire replacements right at your location. Inside, there are tools like a tire changer, a balancer, power tools, a small air compressor, and storage for common tire sizes. The equipment runs off the van itself, using the engine, extra batteries, or a small generator, so it doesn't need a plug or outside power. Trained Zafco technicians run the service, aiming to deliver the same quality you'd get at a regular workshop. It's built for speed and efficiency, which is especially helpful for light commercial vehicles and fleets that can't afford long downtime. Because the van comes to you, vehicles are serviced faster and get back on the road sooner. This mobile service fits into Zafco's bigger picture. The company started in the early 1990s and is based in Dubai's Jebel Ali Free Zone. It operates across North America, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. With more than 1.5 million tires stored in over 14 warehouses worldwide, and brands like Armstrong, Zetex, Accelera, and Otani. This machine is a mobile wood chipper built on a Volvo truck. It combines 3 main parts: a chipper, a crane, and an gripe and grapple. Together, they form a compact, high-capacity setup for turning logs into wood chips. The chipper is the heart of the system. It can handle large logs, up to 29 inches across, and, depending on the wood and screen used, can produce up to 200 cubic meters of chips per hour. You can choose the chip size by adjusting the knives and swapping screens. Hydraulic rollers pull the wood in at a speed you can set, feeding a 1.5-ton chip disc. Finished chips are blown out through a chute that swivels 280 degrees, so you can aim the discharge where you need it. The infeed table has a steel deck that helps crooked or mixed debris slide in smoothly. The Volvo truck provides the power. The 6x4 drive with hub reduction and automated gearbox give easy driving on rough, forested ground. With a gross weight rating up to 30 tons, the truck carries all the equipment easy, and the high-roof sleeper cab makes long shifts more manageable. Rolling LED screen trucks turn busy streets into ad spaces. They grab attention because they move, they're bright, and they show at the right moments. The screens are built to stay clear even in strong daylight, so they stand out more than regular billboards. The site doesn't list the exact resolution, but the displays look big and high contrast, easy to read outdoors. There are 3 ways to use the service. The subscription service gives constant exposure. At least 720 plays a day, which adds up to over 21,000 plays a month. These trucks often show up at big events, like outside stadiums during major games in Los Angeles. The custom package is for shorter needs. You can book just 4 hours, pick targeted routes, and line things up for launches, store openings, or public campaigns. The live stream package lets you show real-time content. Think live sports or gaming, directly on the truck, not just a repeating ad. What makes these trucks different is mobility. They go to places where attention already is, turning passive ads into active ones. That makes them great for time-sensitive promotions and brand activations. This sliding system is made for trucks and trailers that move a lot of goods fast. It uses strong mini-sliding pillars and a special roller setup with 5 wheels, which helps the system move smoothly along metal tracks. The top track is made from aluminum and works with both fixed and sliding roofs. The bottom track is stainless steel, 57 millimeters tall, and bolts directly to the side of the trailer frame, keeping everything stable. The tracks come in different lengths, so they can fit many types of trailers. At the front, there's a quick lock door that opens fast, while the back has a standard curtain door operated by a pull and ratchet. This setup lets drivers open or close the trailer from either end in just seconds. There are also optional setups, like quick lock doors on both sides or curtain-style doors at the front and back, depending on how the trailer is used. The system was put through a tough test at DAF Trucks test circuit in Eindhoven, where it was exposed to rough road conditions for the same distance as 1.7 million kilometers. This setup is often used in industries that need fast and frequent loading, like beverage delivery or transporting frozen or palletized goods. Its design reduces effort during loading and unloading and helps teams work quickly and reliably every day. Securing a trailer at the dock needs a system that works every time. This one is mounted on the surface of the dock and holds the trailer in place using a simple mechanical design. A strong 20-inch steel arm grips the trailer's rear tire. It works with tires from 30 to 44 inches in diameter and activates when the trailer backs up into position. It can engage when the rear axle is 43 to 158 inches from the dock, so it fits many trailer types, including those with lift gates. Once the arm locks onto the tire, the trailer can't roll while people are loading or unloading. The system has few moving parts, which makes it dependable and easy to maintain. It's built to perform the same way in different weather and temperatures. Fixed guides help the driver line up the trailer in the center of the dock. This improves the seal around the dock door and helps prevent wear and damage to the building and equipment. The restraint can also connect to your dock's safety system, lights, signals, and other visual cues, so staff can clearly see when a trailer is secured or moving. Because it locks onto the tire, it has to be deliberately released before the trailer can leave. This helps prevent early pull-away, which can cause serious injuries or equipment loss. Moving prototypes, race cars, youngtimers, and rare cars around Europe isn't regular shipping. It takes careful handling and experience. M&I Auto Transport works in this niche, moving cars that are unique, hard to replace, or made in small numbers. They don't publish detailed equipment specs, but their focus on delicate, high-value cars suggests they use enclosed trucks and custom setups to keep vehicles safe and steady. This likely includes air ride suspension to reduce vibration and low, adjustable ramps for cars with very little ground clearance or those that can't drive on their own. Securing the cars is done with soft, non-abrasive straps and fittings that protect paint and underbodies. The team has around 20 to 25 years of experience. Over time, they've learned how to handle rare and experimental vehicles with consistent routines. They operate purpose-built transport trucks in several configurations: a flagship carrier that moves up to 6 cars, a smaller model that holds 4, and a single car trailer rated for 2,350 kilograms. No matter the setup, the work is completed to a high standard, supported by trucks that meet Euro 6 emissions requirements. Highway freight is moving into a new era with SuperDrive, a Level 4 self-driving system made for heavy trucks. In certain areas, like highways and routes between logistics hubs, the truck can drive without a human driver. The system learns from huge amounts of data and is built to adapt quickly. Tools like automatic data labeling and compact model training help it learn faster and run efficiently. On the truck, the AI makes split-second decisions as road conditions change. Safety is stacked in 3 layers. First, an AI sees the road and predicts how nearby vehicles and people might move. Second, another AI helps make sense of unusual situations. Third, a set of simple, hard rules constantly checks and corrects the truck's behavior. Together, these create a closed safety loop. For awareness, the truck uses cameras, LiDAR, and radar, working together to give a full 360-degree view. This helps it stay in lane, track other road users, and spot obstacles with precision. The technology has been tested in many places, on US interstates, Swedish roads, and Australian highways, so it can handle different terrain and traffic rules. Major truck makers and logistics companies are piloting it. Partners include the Traton Group, Hyundai, and Iveco, with some trucks using hydrogen fuel cell power. A notable early demo was a 2,800-mile coast-to-coast US trip in 2019. Today, the Beta 5.0 software is live in North America and Europe. The Q-Loader is an automated system that loads and unloads trucks fast, often a full load in less than 15 minutes. It can handle up to 33 pallets arranged 11 by 3, with total weights up to 24 tons. The platform is 2.4 meters wide, 13.4 meters long, and about 3 meters tall. It needs at least 5 centimeters of space on each side of the load and 20 centimeters between the top of the load and the trailer ceiling. Its floor can support up to 1,200 kilograms per square meter. It works with curtain-side semi-trailers, mega-trailers, and standard 40-foot sea containers. You don't have to modify the trailer. The system is fixed to the floor. Operation is fully automatic. The trailer backs onto a built-in ramp, and cameras with remote controls help line it up. Long forks slide under the entire load. Lift it, and then pull back to move the load in or out. This cycle repeats to keep things moving quickly. The Q-Loader can link to other warehouse systems like conveyor belts, automated guided vehicles, and storage systems. By cutting down on manual handling and forklift traffic, it lowers the risk of damage and shortens time at the dock. Faster cycles also mean fewer dock doors need to stay open, which saves energy, and trucks spend less time idling. Sites using the system report big time savings. Up to 60 minutes less per truck, with some full unloads done in under 10 minutes. The higher throughput can reduce how many docks you need. In busy operations running 3 shifts at around 3 loads per hour, payback is often reported within 2 years. The MDTU20 is a detachable towing unit you can add to a regular trailer when you need extra pulling power. It's built for tough recovery and transport jobs. The main boom and the underlift are each rated for 20 tons, so they can handle demanding tows. The winch is rated for 8 tons and uses a worm gear setup that gives smooth, controlled pulling. The boom can lift up to a 43-degree angle and also tilt down to -14 degrees, which helps when working under low clearances. Most setups use a diesel engine. You can attach or remove the MDTU20 as needed, turning a standard trailer into a capable tow vehicle. That means you can boost your towing capacity without buying several specialized trucks. It's a smart option for teams that want to manage their fleet efficiently and adapt to different jobs quickly. The unit is built on a heavy, overbuilt frame for strength and long life. It's aimed at light to medium work, things like roadside recovery, supporting small fleets, or service companies that want to add towing without purchasing a full wrecker. You can add options to make it more useful in the field. Dual tool steel boxes keep your gear organized. A full-frame fork package gives extra support for heavier lifts. You can operate it with wireless remote or manual controls, and you can choose upgrades like chrome handles and multiple D-ring anchor points to set up different recovery rigs. This trailer axle is built for heavy-duty work in commercial transport. Each axle can carry up to 9 tons. You can choose disc brakes in 19.5-inch or 22.5-inch sizes. The suspension uses air springs matched to the brake setup, and everything is held with bolted clamps, so maintenance doesn't need welding. The axle tube is made using friction welding, which makes it tougher against bending and twisting. There's also an optional twin lift feature that lets you raise or lower a lift axle when needed. It comes in 2 versions, an older split mount style with an anchor plate and a newer closed mount design. Both can be added later with a bolt-on kit that fits existing systems. You can run the lift function automatically or manually. It can trigger with the brake pedal or with a switch on the control unit. Manual control needs an electronic braking system, which lets you override automatic settings based on load or speed. Key parts include shock absorbers, air bellows, suspension links, brake cylinders, automatic slack adjusters, camshafts, and hub assemblies. These work together with the trailer's air and brake systems. The maker recommends that trained staff handle installation and checks. The fast rear platform can carry up to 875 kilograms. It's made for hauling things like quad bikes, motorcycles, e-bikes, or spare wheels on expedition trucks. It bolts straight to the truck's chassis, so the weight goes to the strongest part of the vehicle instead of the living area. You can choose different layouts, including folding or sloped versions. Some versions carry a bit less, around 675 kilograms, but still work with common overland setups. Loading is easier thanks to an electric winch with a cable remote, so you don't have to lift heavy gear by hand. The frame slides and locks into 3 height positions. A low setting for better stability off-road, a middle setting that's handy for fitting wheels, and a high setting that keeps the overall height within typical road legal limits, around 2 meters. The platform can hold 2 spare wheels, either standing up or tucked underneath, depending on the space you have. Rear lights and optional cameras move with the platform. You can add extras to suit your trip. Lockable storage boxes, rails for bikes or motorcycles, mounts for sand plates. All add-ons fit the system without messing up weight balance or how the platform works. This is a curtain-sider semi-trailer, the kind with soft sides that slide open like curtains. It has 3 axles and can carry up to 59,500 pounds. The design is modular, so you can set it up the way you need. The coupling height can be adjusted, so it matches different tractor units. Loading heavy machines is easier with hydraulic ramps and stabilizing feet. The sides open with sliding curtains that you can customize with your own look. Movable side posts make the opening wider. The tarpaulin can shift outward for extra wide loads, and the rear pillars can extend to give more space. Up top, the roof opens by hand and can lift hydraulically to nearly 15 feet. It has multiple locks to keep it secure while you work. A roof airbag system helps prevent chunks of ice from building up in winter. In the neck area, there are powered winches rated from 11,000 to 22,000 pounds. You can run them electrically or hydraulically and control them by remote. The hydraulic system can use an onboard electric pump. An onboard computer keeps an eye on important things like axle load, brake condition, and suspension settings. You can also adjust the ride height for travel. Liftable axles raise themselves when the load shifts or gets lighter, which helps save tires and fuel. Built by a family-owned company with long experience in transport, this trailer focuses on being easy to operate. In tough places, like forests, construction sites, or steep, slippery tracks, this add-on helps a trailer get better grip. It uses the towing vehicle's hydraulics to push small drive rollers between the trailer's twin tires. When the rollers touch the tires, power from the driven axle is passed to the free axle. For a short time, the trailer behaves like it has four-wheel drive. The driver can switch it on from the cab, often with a single button. The main parts are a hydraulic roller unit and a simple control line with a valve. Some versions also have a hydraulic axle lock and a way to adjust how fast the rollers turn, so you can match the traction to the ground. Mud, snow, rocks, you name it. Brands differ in details, but the idea is the same. Flip from normal two-wheel drive to a steadier setup only when you need extra grip. For more during regular road driving, the system stays off, which saves the tires and reduces load on the hydraulics. When conditions get messy, you drop the rollers in, get the extra traction, then lift them back out. A similar idea has been used on trucks. For example, a modified 8x2 linked its axles with a gear so it could act like a 6x4 only when required. This trailer system follows the same principle. Send torque across only when the ground demands it. This e-trailer is an add-on you can bolt onto a regular trailer to make it partly electric. No changes to the truck up front. It swaps in an electric axle and a built-in battery pack under the trailer. The battery can be up to 300 kilowatt hours, which is enough for a full day of typical use. You can charge it from depot power or with standard DC fast charging while trailers are parked, so you don't need big new charging setups. The electric axle helps push the trailer and also recaptures energy when you slow down. That improves control and grip. In testing, stopping distances got 4 to 10% shorter on dry roads and more than 10% shorter on packed snow. In hard swerves and quick avoidance maneuvers, handling was smoother and rollover risk dropped. On snow, the trailer could take corners about 5% faster, while side forces were cut by up to 25%. Installing it is quick, just a few hours. You replaced the trailer's existing axle and added the battery module, with no structural changes. It fits most 33 to 53-foot trailers with tandem air ride suspension and keeps payloads of 36,000 pounds or more. Out on the road, fleets saw fuel economy rise from about 7 to 12 miles per gallon, which cuts diesel use and emissions a lot. Refrigerated trailers benefit too. Their fridge units run less and use less energy, saving up to $9,900 a year. Combined fuel and auxiliary power savings can top $21,000 per trailer each year. Brakes also last longer because regenerative braking does part of the work, reducing maintenance. And even if the battery runs out, the trailer tows normally without extra drag, so operations keep moving. This German-made lifting system uses 4 separate support legs. Each leg is strong enough to carry up to half of the total weight on its own, so the whole setup is very stable. You can attach it to standard container corners or with custom adapters, which makes it easy to use on many different platforms. The lifting mechanism is a telescopic spindle that sits inside sealed tubes, keeping dust, sand, and dirt out. You can choose a manual crank or an electric version. Some electric models can level themselves automatically, so the load stays even on uneven ground. Safety sensors watch the tilt angle and stop the system if it goes beyond safe limits. It stays stable in winds up to 45 miles per hour. The Type 257 model can lift up to 8,800 pounds. Its standard lift height is 68.9 inches, and it can reach 78.7 inches with adjusted settings. Type 260 boosts the capacity to 16,500 pounds and can handle a tilt of up to 7 degrees. Type 273 is built for radar shelters. It adds diagonal bracing, works with CAN bus control systems, and lifts up to 15,400 pounds. Many of these fold up, which makes transport and storage easier. Options include radio remote control, automatic doors, and a battery system that can lower the platform if power is lost. Here we have a special semi-trailer made to carry huge glass panes safely while they stand upright on racks. The base is a 3-axle frame with a single long beam, a reinforced front crossbeam, and heavy-duty axle links. To ride well, the trailer uses an air-based suspension system combined with special balancers. This helps it handle shifting weight, important when moving tall glass, and it's gentler on roads. Securing the load is simple and safe. There are hydraulic braces that can press from the sides or from above and below, plus the MK1 push system, which works like a strong side lock to stop the racks from sliding. Longer reach hydraulic arms, adjustable supports, and added reinforcements mean it can handle taller racks and different cargo setups. You can choose from several versions depending on what you need. The light model weighs about 13,250 pounds and offers a 24-foot loading channel, the space where the glass sits. The Superlight trims weight to about 12,790 pounds by removing the front rocker. For longer glass, the XL has a 32.5-foot channel and weighs about 19,950 pounds, while the XXL stretches to 41.7 feet and about 23,590 pounds. All of these come with a gooseneck platform and a sliding cover. There's also an economy model at around 15,840 pounds, with steel wheels and a 25.3-foot channel, aimed at a good balance of features and cost. In big trucks and buses, staying in control during tricky moments is critical. It constantly watches how the vehicle is moving and steps in if it starts to lose control, whether it's tilting, rolling, swerving, or a trailer beginning to jackknife. Unlike systems that only beep or flash a warning, ESC Smart actually helps. It can apply the brakes at individual wheels, which steady the vehicle and supports the driver in real time. ESC Smart works as part of ZF's electronic braking system. That means the braking and stability features talk to each other closely. It fits a wide range of truck and bus models from different makers and can be added late in the assembly process without complicated setup. A good example is the Volta Zero, a fully electric 16-ton delivery truck. There, ESC Smart works alongside other electronics like automatic emergency braking, a power-assisted parking brake, lane departure warnings, and independent front suspension. Together, they provide the control that modern electric city delivery vehicles need. The system doesn't use a one-size-fits-all response. It checks many factors in real time and decides what to do. If a truck is going too fast into a curve or suddenly hits a slippery patch, this system reacts to keep the vehicle stable. Clearing snow and ice off trailers in winter needs to be safe, consistent, and quick. This de-icing system uses a set of fast, side-mounted brushes that vibrate about 500 times a minute. They shake off snow and ice, light or heavy, so there's no need for workers to climb up and scrape by hand. The height can be adjusted, so it works with both dry box trailers and flatbeds. It even handles roofs that aren't perfectly flat, removing buildup while protecting the surface. The unit is compact, taking up about 50 square feet, so it fits in tight yards. You can secure it with 4 ground screws or bolt it to a concrete pad, depending on what your site allows. It runs on a simple single-phase drive. No complicated belts, conveyors, or augers. With fewer moving parts, there's less to maintain and less downtime. After each use, the area stays clear so trucks can keep moving. There's a Wi-Fi camera that shows live video and can record clips or take photos. The system also has a built-in tag reader, high and ultra-high frequency, that can recognize trailers and line them up automatically, so drivers don't have to get out adjusting their position. The team at Global Air Cylinder Wheels has developed a groundbreaking innovation. They've reimagined the wheel itself. While it might sound like a cliché, this time it's a genuinely practical advancement, particularly valuable in the mining industry. At its core is a steel hub connected to an outer steel drum, using 12 nitrogen-filled cylinders and 6 oil dampers. This setup creates built-in suspension inside the wheel itself. Made from high-strain ductile steel, the wheel is designed to hold up under extreme conditions. The outer drum can be fitted with bolt-on treads made from either polyurethane or steel, which can be swapped out individually without removing the wheel. These treads come in a range of hardness levels, with fire-resistant options also available. The nitrogen cylinders operate at 2,500 psi and can withstand pressures up to 10,000 psi. They're sealed to keep out dust, mud, and other debris. This design lets the wheel handle heavier loads while offering better side-to-side stability, helping prevent skids and tip-overs. The ASW was created with demanding jobs like mining in mind. It avoids the risks that come with rubber tires, like overheating, blowouts, or even catching fire, because it doesn't rely on air and can handle high heat. It also includes its own suspension, which means no extra systems are needed on the vehicle itself. Its ability to stay balanced and aligned helps cut down on breakdowns, and replacing treads is a quick task, keeping downtime to a minimum. Environmentally, the ASW offers a clear advantage. It doesn't release rubber dust, which contributes heavily to ocean microplastics, and the entire wheel can be recycled. Its lower rolling resistance also means less fuel use and fewer emissions. On top of that, it's designed to last as long as the vehicle it's on, cutting down on replacement costs. Over time, it can help businesses lower their operating expenses by as much as 60%. Blend over 20 years of trailer design expertise with the real-world experience of a semi-trailer business owner, and you get K-Boom. It comes equipped with a self-contained hydraulic system controlled by a wireless remote, so one person can load and unload trucks without help. It fits a wide range of semi-trucks, from single-axle day cabs to large dual-bunk sleeper cabs. Its frame is made with strong materials designed to hold up under heavy use. The trailer is finished with a phosphate wash and 2 layers of PPG black gloss paint to help protect it over time. This trailer was made with solo drivers in mind. It lets one person load, secure, and haul 1 or 2 trucks without needing extra hands. The remote control makes it easy to adjust everything during loading, and the design cuts down on time and effort. There's no need to climb up on the trailer, which also makes it safer. It handles different truck sizes while staying steady on the road. Whether moving smaller trucks or full-size sleepers, the trailer keeps things simple and stable. The low deck height helps with easier loading and less physical strain. Every trailer is built at Craftsman's facility in Albemarle, North Carolina. Customers work directly with the manufacturer, which means no dealer markups. Trailers can be tailored to meet specific needs, and shipping is available throughout the US. It's a straight-shooter solution for people who need to move 1 or 2 trucks safely and efficiently, without waiting on extra crew or using outdated loading methods. Harsh Unilift Trailer is designed to work with all commercial hook loader containers under chem standards, making it a solid fit for both farm and road use. It supports a range of setup options, including articulating or telescopic arms, wireless remote controls, card and shaft drive, and hydraulic or air brakes with ABS or load sensing systems. Suspension can be tailored with either leaf spring or air setups, and the trailer offers self-steering and lifting axle options. One of the trailer's biggest advantages is its ability to handle different types of bodies on a single chassis. It can switch between grain carriers, dump bodies, timber beds, muck spreaders, water tanks, low loaders, and more. This flexibility means one trailer can do the work of several, cutting down the need for extra equipment, fuel, and labor. The design allows operators to drop containers at different locations and move on to the next task, which helps speed up operations. The self-steering axles make it easier to handle tight turns and narrow areas where larger trucks might struggle. Day-to-day use is simple, and it's built to hold up over time without needing much upkeep. A good example of how this system works in real life comes from Greenworks, a company focused on arborist and forestry work. They started using the Harsh ITR model, which has a payload capacity of 13 tons and an unladen weight of 4,900 kilograms. With this trailer, they were able to switch between hauling logs and wood chips with ease, using just one tractor and one trailer for multiple tasks. Welcome to Right Track Systems, your ultimate destination for premium rubber tracks built for off-road challenges. Did you know that using tracked equipment can enhance your off-road performance by up to 700% and significantly extend the life of your original tires? They're a total game changer when it comes to navigating mud, snow, and other tough terrains. RTSI's track systems use high-grade steel and reinforced rubber to offer solid strength and resistance to wear. Their modular, bolt-on design makes installation and removal simple, helping with quick maintenance and flexibility between different vehicles. The tread patterns are shaped to give strong grip and clear out debris easily, which matters in muddy or snowy environments. Each track system is designed to handle heavy loads, spreading the weight evenly to lower ground pressure and help protect the terrain. The company offers different systems to fit a wide range of vehicles. Skid steer tracks are made for compact loaders, helping them stay stable and reducing pressure on the ground when working on soft or uneven surfaces. Truck and trailer tracks transform regular vehicles into machines capable of tackling rough, hard-to-reach places. Off-road tracks are designed for industries like forestry, mining, and construction, where tough ground is part of the job. RTSI's tracks show up across many industries. On construction sites, they help machines move over unstable ground without getting stuck. In forestry, they allow vehicles to work deep in the woods, across debris and rough paths. In mining, they help equipment operate in harsh, rocky areas. The Flegel 300 Ultra is a semi-trailer designed to handle the heavy lifting in modern farming, specifically transporting large amounts of round or square bales. It can carry up to 29,000 kilograms, with a fifth wheel load of 11,000 kilograms, and offers a wide 13-meter-long platform that's just less than 2.5 meters across. The platform surface is made from 30mm screen-printed boards that help keep loads in place without slipping. A dual-circuit air brake system adds safety, while a support leg with a gearbox helps stabilize things when it's not on the move. It's approved to travel at speeds up to 100 km per hour with EBS certification. The trailer's frame is welded from fine-grained steel, built to hold up under pressure, and includes a replaceable 2-inch kingpin. One of its most practical features is its load securing system. On both sides, heavy-duty tarpaulins with built-in tensioning straps hold everything firmly in place. One side can lower hydraulically through a manual control, making it easier to load or unload. The other side has a built-in grid for extra support and acts as a physical stop during loading. It can handle bales of different shapes and allows access from either side, depending on the setup. Nothing about it is overcomplicated. Controls are manual and easy to manage. IntroWash is the first automatic machine made to clean the inside of refrigerated trailers and shipping containers. It uses 12 powerful nozzles that spray water at 70 bar of pressure, pumping out 125 liters every minute. Depending on the cleaning program selected, it can wash a 16-meter trailer in just 3 to 6 minutes. The system's advanced controls let operators mix different cleaning chemicals during the cycle to get even better results. It offers programmable wash cycles, lets users adjust water temperatures up to 60 degrees Celsius, and works with eco-friendly cleaning products. Its body and internal parts are made from corrosion-resistant stainless steel, and built-in diagnostics make it easier to manage maintenance. Safety features like an emergency stop and remote monitoring come standard. The machine runs on about 7.5 kilowatts of power and is compatible with the standard 3-phase industrial connections at 400 volts and 50 or 60 hertz. Its compact design makes it a good fit for busy logistics hubs, ports, and transport centers where space is often tight. Optional nozzle setups are available to meet different cleaning needs. Awarded an international patent, the Heavy Wash IntroWash brings a faster, more reliable way to keep refrigerated trailers and containers clean. Instead of relying on manual washing that can take time and effort, companies can now depend on a consistent, automated process. It removes dirt and bacteria quickly, helping fleets get back on the road faster while meeting strict hygiene standards. High-pressure water delivery, chemical blending, and smart controls all work together to deliver strong performance. Scania woodchip truck, launched in 2021, is based on the R560 model and runs on a 560 horsepower V8 engine. It meets Euro 6 emission standards and comes with an automated OptiCruise gearbox that helps the driver shift smoothly without extra effort. Air suspension keeps the ride steady, even when the truck is fully loaded, and a reinforced chassis supports its extended trailer, stretching the vehicle's full length to 111.5 feet. 34 meters. It's designed for transporting large volumes of lighter materials like wood chips. Safety systems such as advanced braking and lane assistance help the driver stay in control in all kinds of traffic and road conditions. This truck was developed with a clear goal: to move more in fewer trips. By increasing how much it can carry by around 30% compared to standard setups, it cuts down on the number of journeys needed. That directly lowers fuel use and overall running costs. Based on real-world tests, it clocks in around 167,770 miles per year and saves operators roughly $4,867 on fuel annually. That's largely thanks to carrying more per trip and using its fuel more efficiently. Despite its size, the truck handles reliably, even in traffic. It was designed and tested alongside a logistics company that works in the timber industry, so it's shaped by real needs, not just lab results. It's a machine made for tough work, day in and day out. Next, Pegatech Frog. It is a mobile energy system that turns motion into electricity. It's mounted on a trailer that can be pulled by a regular vehicle, so it can be taken wherever power is needed. While the inner mechanics are kept under wraps, it likely uses a mix of levers, flywheels, and generators to create electricity. Exact numbers aren't available, but it's designed to handle basic needs like running tools, lights, or small appliances. It also comes with a simple control panel, so users can check on performance and adjust output as needed. Invented by German engineer Peter Gallersdorfer, the FROG was created to solve a common problem: getting power in places where there's no access to the grid. Whether it's an emergency site after a storm, a construction project far from town, or a remote home, the FROG is meant to step in when the usual options aren't there. It's also useful at outdoor events where temporary power is needed without relying on loud, gas-powered machines. What makes the Frog different is that it doesn't burn fuel. Instead, it generates electricity through motion, which means no emissions and fewer logistical problems. It's made to work on its own in the field, even under tough conditions. Gallersdorfer's idea is simple: offer reliable energy without depending on the grid or fossil fuels. The FROG is his answer to the growing need for flexible, cleaner energy options in situations where traditional solutions fall short. It shows how mechanical energy, something that's been around for centuries, can still play a role in solving modern challenges. We're back in Sweden, a country known not only for its advanced design and tourism, but also for its achievements in mechanical engineering. In fact, back in 1999, this sector made up around 50% of Sweden's industrial output. So, it's safe to say the Swedes know their way around impressive machines. Take this side loader, for instance. What do you think of it? The Hammar 155H is a side loader built to handle serious container work, especially in places like rail yards, ports, and freight terminals. It comes with lifting capacities of 36, 37, or 42 tons, and there's a version that can manage up to 45 tons. Every unit is stress tested up to 52.5 tons to make sure it holds up under pressure. Size-wise, it's about 14.1 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and just over 4.2 meters tall. It runs on a 3-axle system, each axle rated for 13 tons. A standout feature is its step-over support legs, which swing out 3.2 meters to spread the load and reduce pressure on the ground. Great for lifting containers onto or off other trucks or rail wagons. Operators can add features like extendable cranes, top spreaders, or high cube stacking gear depending on the job. There are options to lift 2 lightly loaded 20-foot containers at once, adjust trailer height on uneven surfaces, or weigh containers with either basic load indicators or precise SOLAS certified systems. Cameras, optical sensors, and automated lubrication systems help streamline the work and reduce mistakes. Alternate support leg styles and foot plates are also available, depending on the terrain and layout. The side loader can be mounted on several types of chassis. Some are fixed for simpler setups, while others are telescopic and adjustable to handle longer containers or different truck configurations. One version mounts directly on the truck itself, which helps in tight spaces and city environments. Here's an interesting insight from the German company FTS. On many farms, trailers are only used during harvest season and for transporting crops, a period that lasts just a few months each year. That's not exactly cost-effective. So, why not give those trailers a second life? With just 2 people and an hour of work, they can be upgraded to handle tasks like spreading fertilizer or liquids, making them useful year-round and much more profitable. It includes a flexible transport bag and a rotary pump powered by a hydraulic motor. For added protection, an optional rotocut is available to chop up solids and catch stones before they reach the pump. The system connects to the hydraulics of a tractor or trailer, or it can run off an auxiliary pump. Installing it takes about an hour with 2 people and requires removing the trailer's tailgate and mounting the unit using pallet forks or a crane. This setup gives farmers and contractors the option to use one trailer for different tasks throughout the year. It doesn't interfere with the trailer's tipping function, so once the combi module is removed, the trailer can go back to its original use. Nothing about the conversion is permanent, which means it can be reversed just as easily when plans or seasons change. The real value lies in its practicality. Instead of buying new machinery, users can adapt what they already have. The system is made to fit into existing workflows, not disrupt them. Switching between transport modes is quick, so there's minimal downtime and no need for specialized tools or help. The Holmes from Miller Industries is a heavy-duty towing system that turns a standard tractor into a fully capable wrecker. When retracted, it can lift up to 35,000 pounds and 16,000 pounds when extended. Its reach goes as far as 113 inches past the tailboard at full extension, or 51 inches when pulled in. With a 20-degree power tilt arc and a weight of 6,200 pounds, it's designed to meet demanding towing needs. For proper installation and use, the chassis needs a wheelbase of at least 250 inches and 84 inches of clearance from the front of the unit to the trunnion center. Standard equipment includes a 20,000-pound planetary winch loaded with 175 feet of 9/16-inch cable. The underlift uses a low-profile, heavy-duty crossbar with a 70-degree pivot, and controls are placed on the passenger side for ease of access. The DTU also comes with 5 sets of frame forks stored on the unit, safety chains with hook end caps, front stands for easy removal, and quick connect lines for air and power. For those who need more flexibility, several optional upgrades are available. The ICAP system brings together smart features designed to help protect truck fuel and give fleet managers better oversight. At the heart of the system are fuel caps fitted with sensors that react to any attempt to open them without permission. If someone tries to tamper with the cap, an alarm sounds right away. Alongside this, GPS tracking lets operators see, in real time, where a truck is and whether its tank is being accessed. If there's a theft attempt, the system pinpoints which vehicle is involved and its exact location. Another useful feature is the automatic log of every tank opening and closing. It records the time and place, creating a full history that can help spot suspicious activity. The system connects easily with most heavy-duty trucks and works with common fleet management software. Some versions even let users lock or unlock fuel caps remotely through a phone app. The hardware is built to withstand tough weather, and long-lasting batteries keep it running without constant upkeep. With a typical truck tank holding around 500 liters of diesel, there's a lot at stake. At prices near $4 a gallon, a full tank can be worth over $600. That kind of value makes fuel theft a real concern. The ICAP system helps solve that problem by combining physical protection with real-time tracking and clear records of use. It's a big step up from basic locking caps, which offer little more than a delay to a determined thief. Instead, the ICAP system gives drivers and managers both immediate alerts and long-term insight into who's accessing fuel and when. It's a practical solution that helps cut losses, improve control, and keep fuel where it belongs. In the tank, powering the job. The MRL Rumble Pro is a machine designed to make rumble strip installation on roads accurate and efficient. It's built on a Peterbilt Model 337 or 537 chassis, which gives it the strength needed. The custom flatbed layout includes built-in storage and a hydraulic tank, keeping everything organized and within reach. A hydrostatic drive system gives the operator precise control over speed, which is key to getting consistent results. At the heart of the machine is a powerful milling drum, 16 inches wide, weighing 11,000 pounds, and fitted with 84 teeth. It can cut both continuous and skip patterns, And thanks to the Epic Solutions timing system, operators can easily adjust those patterns while working. A 500-gallon water tank keeps the drum cool during long hours on the job. There's also an onboard air compressor and power washer, which help with maintenance and cleanup. For safety, the Rumble Pro includes bright work lights and a backup camera system to improve visibility, especially in low light conditions. Extra lighting on both the truck and trailer adds another layer of awareness for the operator. If needed, the machine can also be outfitted with a system for creating sinusoidal rumble strips. It's capable of handling both centerline and edgeline cuts, making it a reliable choice for different types of road work. Many truckers have dreamed of having a hammock in their cab. While most people might shrug that off and go back to watching cat videos, one person, Steven Saunders, actually did something about it. He launched Highway Hammocks and created the Truck Snoozer, a hammock made specifically for truck drivers. Priced at $635, it's already sold over 900 units worldwide. It is built for drivers who spend long hours on the road without a sleeper cab. It stretches 244 centimeters long and 71 centimeters wide, holds up to 187 kilograms, and is made from tear-resistant fabric tough enough for regular use. It attaches over the tops of the truck's doors in under 10 seconds. No tools, no hassle. If the cab is at least 6 feet wide and has level door tops at least 24 inches long, it fits. Each hammock is handcrafted by fair trade artisans in India. Once installed, it lays flat across the cab, offering a proper place to rest. No more awkward seat arrangements or cramped naps. From the outside, only the bottom of the hammock is visible through the side windows, and sun visors block the view from the front, giving drivers some privacy. When it's not in use, the Truck Snoozer folds down small and packs away fast. Many drivers say they were surprised by how comfortable it is. Some even compare it to sleeping in a proper sleeper cab. This company designs cargo platforms mainly used with tractors and heavy-duty transport equipment. One project in particular was developed to tackle a legal issue specific to Germany. There, trucks with an 8x4 chassis can't exceed a total weight of 32 tons, which creates problems for companies that need to move heavier loads legally. To work around this, the engineering team came up with a smart solution. They built a vehicle that looks like a typical 5-axle truck at first glance, but it's actually a hybrid between a rigid truck and a semi-trailer. It has a trailer structure that's permanently mounted and reinforced to perform like a full chassis. Because of this setup, it's officially classified as a semi-trailer, which means it's allowed to carry up to 40 tons under German law. Technically, it's well equipped. The frame is reinforced and connects to a fifth wheel, just like a traditional tractor-trailer setup. It uses air suspension on all axles to help spread the weight more evenly and improve handling. Braking is done with disc systems, which are more responsive under heavy loads. Under the hood, there's a Euro 6 diesel engine that delivers high torque, paired with an automated transmission designed to handle both city traffic and long highway runs. The platform at the back can be adjusted or reconfigured based on what needs to be moved: machinery, materials, or other heavy cargo. Even with the extra weight, the vehicle handles like a standard truck, which is a big plus for drivers. This demountable skip loader is designed to work with 6 or 8-wheel hook loader chassis. It handles skips up to 16 cubic yards. With a 14-ton lift capacity, it suits vehicles up to 32 tons or up to 44 tons when used with a trailer. It takes about 5 minutes to install or remove, thanks to quick-release hydraulic couplings. Operators can control it remotely, managing loading and unloading from a safe distance. The skip loader is made from Domex and Hardock steel, which makes it well suited to tough, demanding jobs. It also includes safety features like independently operating arms, stabilizer feet, a steel headboard, and multi-position skip stops. What makes this model stand out is how it helps operators get more from their existing trucks. Instead of needing separate vehicles for skip loader and hook loader tasks, one chassis can handle both. That kind of flexibility helps cut down on downtime and improves how fleets are managed. The remote control makes the job easier and safer, letting the operator stay clear of the equipment while still keeping full control. The Robson Drive System is a mechanical add-on used to give trucks extra grip when they need it most. It's especially useful for vehicles that usually drive with power going to just one axle. The way it works is simple. A drum attached to the main drive axle presses against another drum connected to the second axle. When the system is engaged, the motion from the main axle helps spin the wheels on the other one too. There are no electronics or hydraulics involved, just direct contact and mechanical transfer of motion. It's mainly used at low speeds, like when a truck is trying to pull away on snow, ice, or a soft surface where one axle alone might struggle. Different truck makers use the system in different ways. Volvo offers it as an option on some of their trucks. Scania and DAF don't build it in directly, but use third-party kits to add the feature. A Finnish company, CESU, has gone a step further and made the Robson Drive a standard feature in some of their vehicles. A typical setup includes a friction drum, a way to engage or disengage the system, often a lever in the cab, adjustable brackets, and protective covers to keep everything running smoothly in rough environments. It's designed for short-term use, not something you keep on all the time, so it doesn't wear out tires or parts unnecessarily. You can fit the system to many rear-wheel drive trucks, and once it's in place, drivers can switch it on only when they really need extra traction. That makes it a smart addition for anyone driving in unpredictable or rough conditions, but not looking to switch to a full all-wheel drive system. This heavy-duty machine is made for cutting and compressing scrap metal. The 600 series delivers serious force. 600 tons of cutting power, 120 tons of hold-down pressure, 180 tons from the pusher ram, and 240 tons from the lid. The charge box measures 600 millimeters high, 800 millimeters wide, and 6 meters deep. The 660 series steps things up with a 660-ton cutting force, 110 tons of hold-down pressure, and 150 tons from the ram. It has a 6-meter box and produces bales that are 31.5 inches by 24 inches, with flexible length. It runs on a 278 horsepower engine and includes features like a hydraulic blade locking system, automatic lubrication, remote control, Bluetooth-enabled screen, mounted tracks, and both diesel and electric power options. Lefort has been making recycling machines for over 75 years, and these models reflect that experience. The Mobile 600 is designed to move easily between sites and get up and running fast. It's useful when 600 tons of force is enough for the job. The Track 600 is track-mounted and can move across the work area on its own. That saves time by bringing the machine to the scrap, not the other way around. It runs on a remote-controlled diesel engine and works well in setups where shifting equipment around helps speed things up. The Conqueror 600 is the smallest of the group, but still delivers a full 600 tons of force. It comes with a 6-meter charge box and a 400 horsepower Scania engine, making it a strong option for operations that need steady performance without extreme compression. Here we have a hybrid electric add-on system created by the American company Tandem to upgrade standard diesel trucks. It boosts the vehicle's power by adding up to 630 extra horsepower and around 2,000 Newton-meters of torque. Its battery, estimated at 150 to 200 kilowatt-hour, provides an electric driving range of roughly 100 to 150 miles, depending on the truck's load. The unit weighs between 1,500 and 2,000 kilograms and mounts directly to the rear axle or chassis. Charging to 80% takes about 45 minutes, allowing for quick turnarounds during transport operations. Once installed, the system cuts diesel fuel use by as much as 95% when running in electric mode. According to the company, the fuel savings are enough to cover the cost of the system in just over 3 months, about 103 days on average. The Centraur doesn't change how the truck handles. Drivers can operate the vehicle the same way they always have. Attaching or removing the unit takes only a few minutes, giving operators the flexibility to adapt quickly to different needs. And if charging isn't possible, or the electric system isn't available, the truck can simply switch back to diesel. Tandem developed this system as a practical alternative to fully electric or hydrogen-powered trucks, which often come with high price tags and depend on charging infrastructure that's still lacking in many areas. The summer of 2024 brought even more wildfire challenges, especially for Germany. Fires were rapidly spreading across the Brandenburg region, where the landscape is filled with dry pine forests. To make matters worse, there are still leftover munitions from World War II, making the job of firefighters and rescue teams particularly dangerous. Fortunately, they now have support from specialized equipment. What you're seeing on the screen is the versatile Muller safety trailer. It is a heavy-duty, watertight trailer designed to support emergency services, civil protection units, and towing crews in tough, high-pressure situations, offering an internal loading area of nearly 7 meters by just over 2.4 meters, with sidewalls 1 meter high. It can hold up to 17,000 liters of water and comes equipped with 2 Stores B couplings for filling and a Stores A outlet with a ball valve for controlled release. The total weight it can handle is up to 21,000 kilograms, but this can be reduced to 14,000 kilograms if needed for towing compatibility. It weighs 6.7 tons when empty and can carry a load of 14.3 tons. A hydraulic system, running on 24 volts with an 11-liter oil capacity, powers key functions along with an 8-ton electric winch. Designed with field needs in mind, the trailer includes a hydraulic ramp that helps load heavy or disabled vehicles without hassle. Its watertight structure allows it to be filled with water up to 1 meter deep, which can be essential when dealing with electric vehicle fires. Tools like wheel dollies and pulleys can be stored in compartments underneath, keeping gear secure and ready to go. It runs off the towing vehicle's power or its own internal battery system. Built-in lighting and visual signals support safe use during nighttime or in poor visibility. Aperia Technologies positions itself as a global leader in tire inspection solutions. Their research shows that nearly 50% of trucks operate with tire pressure below the recommended level. Why does this matter? Maintaining proper tire inflation can lower fuel consumption by about 2%, potentially saving fleets thousands of dollars each year. Aperia Technologies is a self-powered system that automatically keeps tire pressure at the right level for heavy-duty trucks, including Class 7 and 8 tractors and trailers. It weighs around 5 pounds. Works in temperatures from -40 degrees Fahrenheit to 257 degrees Fahrenheit, and keeps tires inflated between 80 and 120 pounds per square inch. It's designed to last up to 500,000 miles, or about 10 years. Installation takes just 5 to 10 minutes per wheel and doesn't require tapping into the truck's air system. It works with dual or wide base tires, but isn't meant for convex-shaped steer wheels. The Halo runs without electricity or batteries. Instead, it uses the wheel's motion to power a small internal pump. Inside, there's a pendulum-like mass that moves with the rotation of the wheel, much like a self-winding watch. That motion generates the air pressure needed to inflate the tires while the vehicle is moving, at any speed. It attaches to the axle or hubcap with a simple bracket system and doesn't need much attention after that. Just quick visual checks during regular inspections to make sure everything is in place. By keeping tires properly inflated, the Halo helps fleets save money on fuel, up to $1,200 a year per vehicle. It also reduces how often tires need to be replaced, which can save another $1,200 annually. Since it helps prevent underinflated tires, it lowers the chance of roadside blowouts and unexpected downtime. On top of that, it's made a real environmental impact. The system has helped cut more than 716,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions, which is like taking 155,000 cars off the road for a year. At higher speeds, trailers face significant air resistance due to their flat rear surfaces, which create a vacuum-like effect that pulls back on the vehicle. But here's something to address that. Looking at a fully automatic system that addresses this issue by deploying aerodynamic flaps at the rear of box-style and refrigerated trailers. These flaps open when the vehicle reaches around 37 miles per hour and retract below 34 miles per hour. This function happens without driver input, allowing the system to operate only when it's beneficial. When active, the flaps reduce the size and intensity of the air wake trailing behind the trailer. This adjustment lowers the trailer's aerodynamic drag coefficient by about 9%. In controlled and fleet-based real-world testing across more than 2.5 million miles, this change resulted in a fuel saving of approximately 1.5 to 1.8 liters per 100 kilometers. In ideal conditions, that number can rise to around 2 liters per 100 kilometers. The system folds flat when not in use, allowing the trailer to retain its original profile during loading, maneuvering, or intermodal transport. This keeps the trailer compatible with standard parking and docking operations. It also avoids interfering with existing hardware or structure at the back of the trailer. Right after, fitted with 4 axles rated at 12 tons each and a tare weight of around 30,600 pounds, this low-bed semi-trailer is engineered for transporting large and heavy machinery. Its main deck measures approximately 29 feet in length, with a telescopic extension offering an additional 16 feet. The load surface is made of hard exotic wood, about 2 inches thick, supported by a steel frame. Rear hydraulic ramps, powered by a 24-volt supply from the tractor, measure 13 feet when fully extended and fold in 2 sections. 8 anchoring points rated for 16 tons each are positioned along the frame to secure heavy cargo during transport. The trailer is equipped with a pneumatic braking system, incorporating electronic braking and a roll stability system. The brakes are drum type with dual chamber actuators. The first axle lifts automatically when not needed, reducing resistance on longer hauls. The third and fourth axles steer independently with pneumatic locks, allowing tighter navigation in restricted spaces and reducing tire wear. Able to operate with 2 or 3 axle tractors, the configuration offers flexibility for various towing setups. The low height of the deck allows the transport of tall equipment without exceeding height regulations. The extendable frame and rear section accommodate long or oversized loads such as excavators or construction modules. Hydraulic ramps remove the need for additional loading gear, especially when handling tracked or wheeled equipment. Safety systems are integrated into the trailer's core, aligned with modern transport standards. Each design element contributes to practical performance, supporting demanding operations that require dependable mechanical solutions. Now, Jost KKS is a system that reduces trailer connection time by up to 50%, helps avoid human error, and makes the life of drivers much more easy. Normally, this job takes time and effort, cause drivers usually have to get out of the cab, plug in air and electrical cables by hand, crank the landing legs, and manually lock the fifth wheel. The driver stays in the cab and uses a remote control to lock the fifth wheel, connect the trailer's air and electrical lines, and raise or lower the trailer legs. The system uses sensors to check if everything is connected correctly. At the center of the system is the KKS 42 fifth wheel, which is a 2-inch cast steel coupling. It's based on Josty's proven JSK series technology. The system can be installed at different heights, starting from 5 inches above the truck's mounting plate. Under the trailer, there's a special connector that links air, electric, and ABS/EBS systems automatically. This connector works with future setups too. There are at least 3 sensors built into the system. These check that the kingpin is engaged, the trailer plate is in contact, and the fifth wheel is fully locked. The remote control gives feedback from these sensors and lets the driver control everything from the cab. There's also an optional Lubitronic system that keeps the fifth wheel greased automatically, either through 1 or 5 lubrication points. Modern trucks are now using a new type of mirror system that replaces traditional side mirrors with cameras and screens. This technology is designed to improve what the driver can see, especially along the sides of the truck where blind spots are common. Instead of 2 large mirrors mounted on each side of the truck, this system uses 5 cameras placed on the outside of the vehicle. Inside the cab, 4 monitors display live video from these cameras, giving the driver a clear and wide view of the area around the truck. The system provides a field of view of about 110 degrees, much wider than the 20 degrees offered by standard mirrors. The cameras are heated and include self-cleaning features, which help keep the view clear in rain, snow, or nighttime driving. This is a specialized semi-trailer made to transport large vehicles such as trucks, buses, and vans. It is commonly used in recovery operations or heavy vehicle transport. The trailer comes in versions with either 2 or 3 axles and can carry up to 54,000 pounds. A standout element of it is an extendable frame that can be lengthened by up to 9 feet, allowing it to handle vehicles of different sizes. It also includes a central platform that can lift up to 20 tons using a hydraulic system, which helps move heavy loads on the trailer itself. For loading and unloading, it has hydraulic ramps at both the rear and the neck of the trailer. These ramps make it easier to load vehicles from different angles or heights. 2 hydraulic winches are included, one in the front that can pull up to 10 tons, and one in the rear that handles up to 5 tons. The braking system uses drum brakes, and the trailer can be equipped with self-steering axles for better movement, especially in tight spaces. The 3-axle version supports different tire sizes depending on the task. The trailer's hydraulics are powered by the towing truck, and many of its functions can be operated remotely, including the ramps and lifting platform. A compact sleeping cabin made for commercial trucks, starting with models like the DAFLF, and able to fit well without blocking or changing anything on the roof that comes from the factory. It sits on top of the truck's cabin and connects directly without changing the original roof setup. There are 3 height options, so it can fit different types of vehicles, and it can be painted to match the truck's color if needed. Inside, it offers a full-width mattress that's about 3 inches thick, covered in soft velour fabric. There are 2 tilting windows with a dark graphite tint, built-in lights, and 2 vents to keep air flowing. The cabin also includes storage areas, a hatch that connects to the driver's cabin, a 12-volt outlet, heating vents, and a spot to install an antenna. Optional features include a roof that can slide open, a heater, side window deflectors, TV mount, and extra lighting attachments. One of the key parts of the design is how it handles airflow. The cabin's smooth shape helps reduce drag, which can help with fuel use, especially on long drives. Even though it adds some height and weight to the truck, it doesn't affect handling too much because it's not overly heavy and is mounted carefully. The inside of the cabin is insulated to help keep it comfortable in different weather. It gives drivers a quiet place to rest without needing to stop at a hotel or find a separate space, with proper airflow, lighting, and privacy. This seat is designed for people who spend long hours driving large trucks, buses, or off-road vehicles. It provides a range of options to help people sit in the way that feels best for their body. The cushion is about 21 inches wide on the mid-back version and 20 inches on the tall back. And there's also a wider 23-inch version for those who need more room. The seat height can be adjusted depending on the setup, with low and standard base options. The backrest leans back up to 45 degrees, and the seat slides forward or backward up to 7 inches to help drivers find the right position. One of the features we find a standout is its air suspension system. This setup helps absorb movement and vibration from the road, making the ride feel smoother. It includes a lockout option, and it keeps the seatbelt in the correct position even when the seat moves. The seatbelt anchor points shift along with the seat thanks to a special feature called the ICP bar, which helps avoid that loose or tight feeling during motion. To help with back support, the seat has a triple air lumbar system that can be adjusted in 4 ways. This lets drivers fine-tune the pressure on their upper and lower back, and even control the tilt and depth of the support. The seat cushion also has a 3-position extension feature, which makes it easier for drivers of all heights to get comfortable. The headrest can be adjusted or removed depending on what works best. This is a heavy-duty towing and recovery tool made for people who need serious power without buying a full wrecker truck. Though the unit itself weighs about 2,300 pounds, it can lift up to 20,000 pounds and tow up to 40,000 pounds. When fully extended, it stands 72 inches tall and measures 124 inches long. This unit comes with everything needed to get started, including a 12-volt hydraulic pump, a stand to hold it up when it's not in use, tie-down chains, work and warning lights, a solar battery tender, and a wired remote for control. One of the key things about it is that this unit detachable, meaning you can take it on and off the truck as needed, and when it's not being used for towing, the truck can be used for something else. We tried it, so to remove it, you simply park, lower the lift, unplug the hydraulic and electric lines, and take out the mounting pins. The stand keeps it steady after it's taken off, and the whole process can be done fairly quickly. This saves time and money, especially for smaller operations that can't keep a truck tied up with one job all day. The unit fits most trucks with at least a 180-inch wheelbase and a standard frame width. Some trucks might need added weight to stay balanced when the unit is attached. Looking at hydraulic lift strong enough to handle loads of 3,000 pounds, which is more than what most standard lift gates can manage. It is made for trucks that need to lift heavy loads many times a day. Therefore, you just load items onto a platform at ground level, press a button, and the platform lifts the load up to the level of the truck bed so it can be moved inside. The platforms come in several sizes: 36, 42, 48, and 55 inches deep, with an extra sloped section at the end to help with loading. For trucks that are 96 inches wide, the platform can stretch up to 89 inches across. Depending on the model, it works with bed heights from 32 to 54 inches, giving it a wide range of fit for different trucks. Instead of sliding parts that wear out quickly, this liftgate uses hardened steel rollers with sealed ball bearings that move along a track. This makes the lift more stable and better suited for heavy, frequent use. It runs on a leaf chain drive system that holds up well under daily pressure and helps everything stay lined up properly. The lifting power comes from a single hydraulic cylinder. This system is protected inside the gate frame to help prevent damage. It includes a pressure valve to avoid lifting too much weight and special valves to control how fast the platform lowers. On the electrical side, there's a simple switch that turns off automatically after 90 seconds if left alone. The wiring is made to handle extreme temperatures, and there's a waterproof resettable circuit breaker that protects the system from power surges. Next, a dump trailer hauling heavy debris and materials from demolition or construction sites. This trailer comes in several sizes: 30, 45, 60, and 75 yards. So there's a version that fits different needs. Its walls are tall too, with the rear end reaching up to 8 feet. One of the largest models, the 75-yard trailer, can carry up to 30 tons. The frame is built using thick, high-strength steel, so it holds up well under pressure. The floor is made from steel that's a 1/4 inch thick and reinforced with extra bracing to handle heavy materials. Its sidewalls are also reinforced with steel tubing and angled supports, which help the trailer stay strong and steady when fully loaded. To handle all that weight, the trailer rides on 2 heavy-duty axles, each one able to support up to 25,000 pounds. The brakes are full air brakes with a safety system built in to help keep everything under control. The tires are heavy truck grade and mounted on solid steel rims. The suspension setup varies depending on the model, but it's designed to keep the trailer steady, especially when it's fully loaded. The trailer uses a hydraulic lift system that can tilt it up to about 45 degrees, which helps dump out the load. It also comes with a connection setup called a wet line kit to power the hydraulic system. Some versions of the trailer have a lower deck, which allows for more space inside and better stability on the road. This hydraulic bunk moving system is built into the aluminum and steel bunk frames and lets the operator slide the bunk back and forth along rails. This movement is powered by a hydraulic system, which can either have its own motor and pump or connect to the truck's existing crane hydraulics. The operator can control the movement from the cab or from outside the truck, depending on how the system is set up. The parts that move, like the rails and sliders, are made from treated metal to handle daily use and exposure to dirt and weather. Whether the bunks are empty or carrying a full load of timber, the system makes them shift smoothly and safely. That means it's useful during transport, when adjustments might be needed to balance the weight, or at unloading sites where positioning matters. It works with Alucar's logging truck bodies and can be installed when the truck is built, or, in some cases, added to trucks that are already on the road. It's especially useful when carrying 2 timber bundles around 16 feet long, since the system allows them to be placed side by side by moving the bunks as needed. Instead of using a crane or chain to push the bunk into place, the driver can simply use the hydraulic system to slide it. This makes the job easier and also helps protect the bunk frame from damage over time. Up next, our spotlight is a mobile system that helps disinfect vehicles quickly and improperly. It sprays from all sides, including underneath, without needing to be permanently installed. Its frame is made from square aluminum tubes and is folding and swiveling. There's no need for cranes or special tools. The arch is wide and tall enough, about 13 feet wide and 15 feet high, to let large vehicles pass through. It also includes ramps with built-in nozzles that spray the underside of vehicles as they drive over. At the heart of the system is a strong stainless steel pump that moves up to 200 liters of liquid per minute. It's powered by a 230-volt motor and comes with hoses and connectors already included. A separate dosing pump mixes the disinfectant with water at just the right ratio. This pot can handle anywhere from 10 to 2,500 liters per hour and lets you set up either batch or timed spraying. The liquid comes from a 1,000-liter tank that has a float system to refill itself and a hose to draw the solution into the pump. Once a vehicle enters the arch, built-in sensors detect it and start the spray automatically. The spray reaches the top, sides, wheels, and undercarriage. The system is designed to work best when vehicles move through at around 1.5 miles per hour, delivering about 0.4 liters of disinfectant per square meter. This system is especially useful in situations like disease outbreaks on farms or at animal transport sites, where disinfecting vehicles quickly is critical. What we see in this video is a refrigerated trailer that runs instead of using a diesel generator. It creates electricity while driving, a cleaner option for transporting goods that needs to stay cold. A special axle turns the trailer's motion into energy once it reaches around 9 miles per hour. That energy is stored in a battery, which powers the refrigeration unit. One battery version can run the cooling for about 7 hours, and there's a larger one that lasts up to 10. On top of that, solar panels on the roof add extra energy during the day, up to around 12 kilowatt hours. It supports heavy loads, up to about 92,000 pounds in total. The trailer itself weighs around 15,000 pounds, depending on the version. Inside, the loading space is long and wide enough for standard freight, and the insulated walls help keep temperature stable, even when transporting frozen items. The trailer's body is made with strong materials that help keep the inside cold and meet strict food transport standards. There's also an optional system that lets operators monitor things like temperature, location, and if the doors are open. The battery can be charged not only while driving, but also when the trailer is parked, which helps with planning and energy use. How long the cooling system lasts will depend on the trip and how often the doors are opened. But overall, it offers a smart way to move chilled goods while cutting down on emissions and fuel use. This step and storage box is working with big semi-trucks, specifically Class 8 tractors. It works as both a step and a place to store tools or gear. The box is made from thick aluminum that's strong, but doesn't add too much weight to the truck. The latch and hinge are stainless steel, and there's a rubber-like seal around the lid to help keep out rain and dirt. One of the features that we liked about this product is its extra wide lid opening, which makes it much easier to reach in and grab what you need. There are several size options, depending on how much space you have and what you need to store. Widths range from 12 inches to 36 inches. One of the more common sizes is the 18-inch version, which measures roughly 18 inches wide, 28.5 inches deep, and 23 inches tall, and weighs about 47 pounds. Most of the boxes have a smooth aluminum finish, though the door design might vary a bit between models. Indeed, it fits a variety of truck brands, including Peterbilt, Kenworth, Freightliner, International, Volvo, Mack, Western Star, and you name it. So yes, we like it. And a powerful towing and recovery truck, made to handle tough jobs without needing a massive multi-axle setup. It comes with a strong 25-ton boom that can lift up to 50,000 pounds when it's pulled in, and still. Its central feature is a 25-ton boom with a structural lifting capacity of 50,000 pounds when retracted at a 30-degree angle and 16,000 pounds at full extension. The boom reaches a height of 219 inches and operates at an angle of approximately 39 degrees. It comes equipped with dual 2-speed planetary winches, each capable of handling 25,000 pounds. The towing arm underneath, known as the underlift, extends in 3 stages, using hydraulic systems that tilt and fold. It can lift around 35,000 pounds at a closer reach of 54 inches and about 16,000 pounds when fully extended to 128 inches. The truck itself can tow up to 80,000 pounds. Its body is made of aluminum and usually measures 96 inches across. Operators can control the unit from both sides of the truck. This trailer, first released in 2021, was made to help move timber over long distances or in areas where space and time are limited. What makes it stand out is its ability to fold. The back of the trailer folds over the front, cutting its length nearly in half. Therefore, from 46 feet, it folds to 23 feet long. This makes it easier to transport multiple trailers together, saving money and effort on return trips. It's made from strong, high-quality steel that keeps it tough while keeping the weight down. Depending on how it's set up, the trailer itself weighs between 12,800 and 13,600 pounds, and it can carry loads of up to 66,000 pounds. To keep things stable on the road, the trailer uses a tri-axle system with air suspension. This helps balance the load and makes the ride easier and tighter. It also has modern braking systems that meet safety rules, including electronic and anti-lock brakes. Folding and unfolding the trailer takes less than 5 minutes and can be done from inside the truck or from outside. Once folded, built-in locks keep everything in place during travel. An optional add-on made for certain types of curtain-sided trailers. It's a specially shaped storage box that fits at the rear or underneath the trailer. Its main function is to improve airflow while the trailer is moving, which helps reduce drag and can lead to better fuel efficiency. But, in addition to its aerodynamic purpose, it also provides storage space for things like spare wheels and load-securing tools. These items are usually mounted on the outside of the trailer, where they can disrupt the smooth flow of air. So by storing them inside the trailer keeps a cleaner profile, which supports fuel-saving performance. The unit is built to be as light as possible, so it doesn't take away from how much the trailer can carry. With dimensions up to 49.2 feet, around 97.6 inches widths, and up to 120 inches internal heights. Testing this installation has shown that when used together with an aerodynamic trailer body, it can help save up to 3% more fuel. This is a track system designed for large vehicles like trucks and trailers that need to drive through mud, sand, muskeg, snow, or clay. Instead of using regular tires, the vehicle runs on wide rubber tracks that help it move through soft or slippery terrain without sinking or losing grip. The tracks are made from heavy-duty conveyor belting that can handle up to 1,500 pounds of force, much stronger than standard truck tires. Each tread is 2.5 inches deep and made from solid polyurethane. This system is custom built to fit each vehicle. It can be installed over single or dual tires, including tandem or triple axle setups. It's also made to be rebuildable. If the treads or parts wear out, they can be replaced without changing the full system. Installing the tracks takes about an hour, and they can be removed in just a few minutes. Once installed, the tracks add about 4 inches to the tire radius and roughly 3 inches to the width. You know, because the tracks are wide, they spread the weight of the vehicle over a larger area than regular tires. This helps reduce sinking and improves movement in places where tires usually get stuck. Besides, internal bars inside the track grip the tire and stop it from spinning inside the track while driving. Cool! In the following stage, this specially adapted truck helps people with mobility or hearing impairments learn how to drive heavy vehicles, like trucks. Now, people who were previously left out of this field can get real driving practice in a vehicle that meets their needs. It helps open up more job opportunities in transport and supports a sector that really needs more drivers. The truck is used for professional driver training in France and is approved for Category C CE licenses, which are needed to drive large vehicles. It's set up like a classroom on wheels, created for hands-on training in real driving conditions. The truck includes important features to make it easier for everyone to use. One analysis found that each crash involving a TMA saved an estimated $196,855 in crash costs, compared with a crash in the absence of a TMA device. A recent review identified that over 700 fatalities and nearly 37,000 injuries occur each year in temporary construction and maintenance work zones in the US. So, looking further at a truck-mounted attenuator installed at the rear of a heavy or medium-duty vehicle, made for use in active roadwork zones or during mobile operations such as line painting or sweeping. Its primary function is to absorb the energy from a rear-end collision and reduce the force transmitted to the work crew or equipment ahead. The system includes a crash cushion module engineered to deform upon impact. This controlled deformation dissipates kinetic energy, helping prevent severe damage or injury. Moving on to a smart feature built into its latest trucks, like the XD, XF, XG, XDC, and XFC models. These trucks use powerful Packer MX-11 and MX-13 engines, combined with an advanced automated gearbox called the. This setup includes special off-road software that helps the truck move through soft ground, like mud, snow, or sand. Therefore, instead of the driver needing to shift gears and tap the throttle repeatedly to try and rock the truck out, this system takes care of it automatically. When the function is turned on, the truck gently rocks back and forth on its own, using small movements to build up enough force to break free and move ahead. The driver can activate rock free using a switch or menu on the dashboard, usually while also turning on the off-road mode. While it's running, the truck's usual gear shifting patterns are paused, focusing all efforts on regaining movement. It stays in a low gear, and other systems like traction control may ease off to allow a bit of spin, helpful when trying to get out of a sticky spot. Up next, a trailer system used in the logging industry. It's part of a larger vehicle combination, typically pulled by a truck, and comes in various sizes, ranging from about 62 feet to 120 feet, depending on the type of haul. The trailer itself is relatively light for its size, starting at around 17,400 pounds, which allows it to carry more logs within legal weight limits. As we can see, it has an adjustable log carrying system, which uses sliding supports or bolsters. These can be moved into different positions, so the trailer can handle both long and short logs without needing a different setup, and this change can be done in just a few minutes. The loading and unloading process is fast, usually taking about 90 seconds. Some versions include a built-in hydraulic system that allows it to work with a regular truck, even if that truck doesn't have special hydraulic gear. This built-in option adds only around 440 pounds to the trailer's weight. It also includes an onboard weighing system that uses air sensors to measure how much weight is being carried. The system is very accurate, often within 0.5%, and can be checked with a handheld device. To keep the load secure during transport, it uses an automatic tensioning system that keeps the straps tight while driving. Next, here's a knuckle boom crane, quite large, and it can lift up to 70,600 pounds. I still can't help but laugh at this name though. I swear I have a 13-year-old boy inside me. Anyways, its standard boom can reach about 69 feet, and with an optional fly jib, that reach extends to around 127 feet. It can rotate in full circles without limits, and the stabilizers spread out to about 33 feet for support. The hydraulic system runs at 385 bar pressure, powered by 2 pumps that each deliver between 100 and 120 liters per minute. The crane itself weighs around 25,600 pounds. It's used in jobs where long reach and accurate movement are important, like construction or working on utility lines. The crane uses electronic controls to help with operation. Some functions are included to help repeat tasks more easily. Memory position saves up to 4 crane positions, and P-fold folds or unfolds the crane with 1 button. There's also a system that keeps the hook steady during movement, and another that helps guide the crane tip more smoothly. The boom has a P-shaped structure that keeps it rigid without adding extra weight. two separate hydraulic circuits allow different parts of the crane to work at the same time. The support legs can swing up to 180 degrees, and in some setups, the crane includes a 3.5-ton winch with about 295 feet of rope. Most people don't realize it, but when a long trailer is reversing, the natural pivot point can make even small steering corrections feel exaggerated, almost like backing up a shopping cart with a loose front wheel. For decades, self-steering axles helped with tight turns going forward, but they were basically useless in reverse. Now Active Reverse Control, or ARC, flips that old limitation on its head. By letting the axle steer when backing up, it gives trailers the kind of control that feels more like a powered vehicle than a passive one. It's one of the few trailer technologies where going backwards doesn't feel like a guessing game anymore. It combines electronic signals with hydraulic power to guide the wheels. Sensors like a gyroscope, steering angle detector, and tachometer help the unit track the trailer's movement. It works with both air suspension and different brake types, including disc and drum, and can handle axle loads between 9 and 12 tons. And depending on the trailer, it can control 2 or even 4 steerable axles. The steering angle typically goes up to 18 degrees, and in some designs, up to 27. The module adds about 88 pounds and includes built-in limits to prevent oversteering. If anything goes wrong, there's a backup lock that keeps the wheels facing forward and a manual switch to shut it off. Normally, trailers with self-steering axles lose their ability to turn when backing up. They just lock in place and drag. But this system changes that by keeping the axle steerable in reverse, giving us more control when maneuvering in tight spaces like warehouses or narrow access roads, helping reduce tire wear and saving time. Here in Olvine, a type of heavy haul trailer that connects to a semi-truck, used to move large, heavy equipment in tasks like transporting construction machines, mining equipment, or oversized industrial parts. The main structure of the trailer is made from T1 steel, which is known for its high strength. The flat surface where the equipment is placed, called the deck, is made from apitong hardwood, a dense wood that handles weight well. Many of these trailers have air suspension systems, which help balance the load and keep it stable during transport. Some models have a detachable front section, called a gooseneck, which can be adjusted to different heights. This makes it easier to load equipment from the front. Some trailers also include flip necks and flip axles, which are parts that can be added or folded out to increase the length or axle support when needed. This is useful for moving especially long or heavy cargo. The trailers also come with built-in points for securing loads, including D-rings, chain slots, and side supports. Different models are made for different levels of heavy hauling. For example, one trailer is 48 feet long and can carry up to 70,000 pounds of weight in a 16-foot section. Another model can stretch from about 28 feet to 50 feet and carry up to 110,000 pounds. The heaviest models can support 120,000 pounds or more in one section, with deck heights around 20 to 22 inches off the ground, and options for extra clearance. A big hydraulic machine that squashes old cars and metal scraps into small solid blocks. Think of it like a giant metal press that takes a full car and squeezes it until it's compact enough to stack or transport easily. It has a large metal box where the car or scrap metal is placed. Then, heavy hydraulic arms push from the sides and top with enormous pressure, hundreds of tons, to flatten and compress the metal. Once the metal is tightly packed, it comes out as a rectangular block called a bale. These bales are much easier to move, store, and melt down later for recycling. The machine can handle about 13 to 16 tons of scrap metal every hour. It's very strong, weighing around 110,000 pounds, about as heavy as 15 cars. And it also has a built-in crane, so the operator can pick up scrap or cars and load them directly into the baler. What makes it mobile is that it's built on a frame that can be transported to different sites, for example, junkyards or car recycling centers. The machine works with hydraulics, systems that use pressurized oil to move large pistons and cylinders. These parts create the massive force needed to crush metal. The machine produces metal bales roughly the same size, with the length adjusted as needed. Two main pushers apply 100 to 65 tons of force each, while the top lid presses down with 240 tons using two hydraulic cylinders. Altogether, the machine weighs about 110,000 pounds. Depending on the type of scrap, it can process 13 to 16 tons per hour. A special kind of rear door for dump trucks, and normally these trucks have big doors on the back that swing open when unloading materials like gravel, sand, or dirt. But this one seems different. So instead of swinging open, the door slides sideways like a closet door. This sliding design is useful on construction sites or in tight spaces where there isn't enough room for a door to swing out. It also helps keep things inside the truck more secure by using seals and locks to stop dust, water, or material from leaking out. The system is made from strong metals like aluminum and steel. It's built to handle heavy use and messy jobs. It may come in different sizes or styles, depending on what kind of truck it's going on. Some versions might use hydraulic power to make opening and closing easier. Slidor is part of a line of equipment from a company which makes vehicles and parts for construction and material transport. They showed Slidor in a video and said it had been recognized in a professional competition, meaning experts saw it as a useful or impressive design. But what are your thoughts on it? We've already started to add solar panels to almost everything and everyone. Houses, farms, cars, public lighting systems, bicycles. Honestly, I can't think of a single device that some company hasn't tried to make it solar powered. A few days ago, we saw that video of the guy who put solar panels on his turtle, aiming to make her run faster, so why not put them on trucks too? They have a big space on top, their fuel costs quite a lot, and their emissions are so high. Well, turns out this company already thought about it. By the way, I hate it when they steal my business idea, even before I think about it. So annoying. Anyways, so these solar panels are made for trucks, buses, and other large vehicles. They're thin about the thickness of a coin and weighs around 17 pounds. The panels stick directly onto the roof of the vehicle using strong adhesive. No holes or drilling are needed, and the installation is quick. The panels connect through a simple wiring system to the controller, which sends the power to the batteries. The controller also keeps the voltage levels in check and protects the battery from overcharging. Once the system is running, it can power things like refrigeration, lift gates, or other onboard electronics. This helps save fuel by reducing the need to keep the engine running while parked. On good sunny days, hybrid or electric trucks could get an extra 6 to 9 miles of range. A single panel can produce up to 428 watts of power, and it works well in temperatures from minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit up to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Moving to the Palfinger, using virtual reality to help people learn how to operate cranes. We all remember March 2018, the 39-year-old crane operator that was crushed to death when he was pinned between the outrigger and control panel while retracting the stabilizer. So indeed it is an important training, but I was laughing in British at something else. At, you know the name, Palfinger. Anyways, they make it so realistic that they use actual Palfinger crane models inside the simulation. That means operators aren't learning with generic equipment, working with virtual versions of the real machines they'll be using on the job. The controls react just like they do in the field, with built-in logic that mirrors how the crane responds in real life. There are several training environments included, such as city streets, construction zones, and indoor industrial spaces. These are designed to reflect the kinds of places crane operators often work in: tight, busy, and full of challenges. There's also a version made for marine and offshore use. It can simulate wind, waves, and other tough conditions that crews face at sea, especially useful for preparing wind farm operators. Since working in those environments is hard to replicate safely, this virtual option fills an important gap. Whether someone is just starting out or already experienced, Palfinger gives them a way to build skill without putting real machines or people at risk. Further, a safety feature added to tank trucks and trailers to help keep workers safe when they're on top of the vehicle. These are the times when they're loading, checking, or doing maintenance. The system works like a protective rail that goes up and down, giving workers a barrier so they don't fall. One of the most useful parts of the system is how easy it is to control. There's a button near the ladder that lets someone raise or lower the rails without having to climb up first. This means workers can set up the safety rails before they ever climb onto the tank. Another important detail is that the system is connected to the truck's air brake system. If someone tries to drive away while the rails are still up, they'll automatically lower. This helps avoid accidents that could happen if the rails stayed up while the truck moved. Each system is made to fit the exact size and shape of the truck or trailer it's going on. It can be built into a brand new vehicle or added to one that's already in use. Either way, the parts, like the rail sections, air cylinders, and brackets, are all matched to that specific setup. The system runs on air pressure from the truck, using parts that respond to the brake system and the control button. While not every small part is listed publicly, it's clear the system is designed to react automatically and safely. On a scorching summer day, or simply after a constant driving, shifting loads, etc., the inside of a closed delivery van can reach temperatures up to over 120 degrees Fahrenheit within minutes. Here, we have a look at a compact refrigeration unit that sits on top of a vehicle and connects directly to the engine, refrigerating goods being transported, such as food, medicine, or chemicals, by controlling the temperature in the storage space. It uses a Valeo TM16 compressor with 6 cylinders and a displacement of 162 cubic centimeters. It's designed to be installed on the roof of vans or smaller transport vehicles, and its cooling system includes a separated condenser layout with 1 plastic condenser fan and 2 additional plastic fans. It weighs around 59.5 pounds and measures about 59 inches wide, 34 inches deep, and 8 inches high. UD Trucks has equipped the Quan with advanced safety systems. The traffic eye brake uses a radar and camera to detect obstacles and can automatically apply the brakes. It also reads road signs and shows speed limits on the dashboard. The blind spot information system and lane change support warn the driver with sounds and lights if a cyclist or pedestrian is nearby. The Traffic Eye Cruise allows stop and go movement at traffic lights without manual input. The cab meets crash safety standards and includes seatbelt pretensioners and airbags. Disc brakes resist overheating, and UD's extra engine brake keeps engine braking effective on steep roads. All these features support UD's goal of Vision Zero, a future without traffic fatalities. Systems like 4Track and Nenpi Coach guide the driver toward efficient operation, while digital features help manage fleets and maintenance schedules. Studies show that sleep deprivation in truck drivers leads to slower reaction times, reduced focus, and impaired judgment. According to the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, fatigue is a factor in up to 13% of large truck crashes. Drivers who get fewer than 6 hours of sleep per night are significantly more likely to be involved in a crash compared to those who get 7 or more hours. So we thought it might be of interest to look further on this, and there's this sleeper cabin from Spoicar. It is designed to give drivers more space and comfort during long trips. It mounts on the roof of vans, adding about 3 extra inches in depth. It gives a noticeable boost in room inside without changing how it fits on the vehicle. From the outside, the cabin is shaped to follow the vehicle's roofline. This helps airflow over the vehicle more smoothly, which can be useful on longer drives. Whilst inside, there's a sleeping platform that's roughly 84 inches long and around 38 inches wide in some areas. The upper part of the module extends out about 16 inches, and the lower section adds another 48 inches of usable length. It's made for resting flat and comfortably while on the road. The space includes small details that make a difference. Air vents in the ceiling for better airflow, an adjustable reading lamp, and side windows that can be opened in 2 ways. And this suspension system is made for trucks like dump trucks, garbage trucks, fire engines, and logging vehicles. It uses a special kind of beam, called a walking beam, along with 2 types of springs to keep the ride balanced and stable, whether the truck is empty or fully loaded. Depending on the version, it can handle between 46,000 and 70,000 pounds, with extra capacity for slower off-road travel. The system's design also allows for a good amount of wheel movement, about 17 inches, so the tires stay in better contact with the ground. When the truck isn't carrying much, soft rubber springs absorb the bumps and help smooth out the ride. As the load increases, another set of springs stiffens up to help keep the vehicle stable and reduce bouncing or swaying. The rubber parts also don't need grease or constant attention, which means less time spent on upkeep. The walking beam, made with automated welding and forming, spreads the truck's weight evenly across both axles. This helps with traction and keeps the vehicle more stable when moving through uneven areas. The Robson drive system helps forestry trailers move better when the ground gets slippery or difficult to drive through. It works by using a special roller that pushes against the trailer's wheels to help them turn. This roller is controlled by a hydraulic system. When the driver needs more grip, the roller moves into place and starts working. When it's not needed, the roller pulls back so the trailer can roll freely like normal. Power for the system comes from the tractor pulling the trailer. Either the tractor's power takeoff or a hydraulic motor sends energy to the roller. That energy is then used to spin the wheels of the trailer through direct contact with the tires. It's a simple idea. Instead of building a full drive system with extra axles or complicated parts, this roller gives extra help only when it's needed. The roller is placed between or next to the trailer's wheels, usually on the part that carries most of the weight. It works best when the trailer is going through mud, snow, or steep ground. It also helps the trailer carry more logs or equipment. This drive system can be found on trailers that carry around 10 to 14 tons, depending on how they're set up and where they're being used. Since it only turns on when needed, it doesn't cause extra wear on the wheels or the roller itself. The Robson system is a smart way to give a trailer a little extra help without making things more complicated than they need to be. It's a simple solution for getting through tough spots in the forest. Analyzing a landing bag, which is a large inflatable cushion used during recovery operations, like when a big vehicle, such as a truck, bus, or another heavy machine, has tipped over and needs to be lifted back upright. Now, this bag doesn't lift anything. That's what lifting equipment like airbags or cranes are for. Instead, the landing bag is placed under the vehicle to catch it safely when it comes back down. Imagine a truck has flipped onto its side. A crane starts pulling it upright. As the truck tilts back to its wheels, there's a risk it could slam down too hard, bounce, or even tip over again. That's where the landing bag comes in. It's already inflated and waiting underneath. And when the truck comes down, the landing bag absorbs the weight gently, like a cushion. It also releases air slowly through special valves, which helps control the movement. The bag is made of strong, flexible material. It can bend and adjust to different surfaces, inflates to a pressure of 7 psi, and expands to about 69 inches in diameter. It has 3 valves to let air out gradually and prevent a sudden drop. If it gets a hole or tear, it can be repaired on site. It also has a cover you can add to protect it from wear and give it better grip. And next, we're looking at a rear safety bar, also called an underrun protection bar, that goes on the back of a moving floor trailer, the kind of trailer used to transport things like grain, waste, or other bulk materials. Now normally, trailers have a fixed bar at the back that's there for safety, to stop cars from sliding underneath in a crash. But that bar can get in the way when you're trying to unload into a pit or over a ledge. That's where this pullback system comes in. Instead of being stuck in one place, this safety bar can slide up and out of the way when unloading. It gives the trailer extra space at the back, so the load can fall freely without hitting anything. Once you're done, it moves back down into the correct position for driving. It's pneumatic, meaning it uses air pressure to move. You press a button on a remote, and it moves in under 10 seconds. There's also a light that tells the driver what position it's in, up, down, or moving. It locks automatically, so it stays safe whether you're on the road or unloading. And further, we analyze a professional-grade wireless remote control system operating machines from a distance. Machines like cranes, lifts, or other big industrial equipment, right? Instead of using a control panel that's wired to the machine, operators can stand at a safe distance and control the machine using a wireless remote, similar to how a TV remote works, but much more advanced. The system has 2 parts: transmitter, or the handheld remote that the operator uses. It can have joysticks, buttons, or dials to control different machine actions, like lifting, moving, turning, or stopping. Receiver, the box attached to the machine. It picks up the signals from the transmitter and tells the machine what to do. The 2 parts talk to each other through radio waves. They can use either the 433 to 434 MHz or 2.4 GHz frequencies, which are like specific radio channels. The typical working range is about 100 meters, around 330 feet, depending on the area and interference. If there's an emergency stop function, and they're designed to keep working even if something goes wrong in the system. Some remotes also have small screens that show battery life or warning messages. The controls are tough. They're tested to handle millions of uses, and the batteries last many hours, and some models let you change batteries on the go. And a side lifter, or a special kind of trailer that can lift and move shipping containers by itself, without needing a crane or forklift. As you can see, it has 2 mechanical arms, like cranes, attached to the trailer, one at the front and one at the back. These arms pick up containers from the ground, or from another trailer, then place them onto the side lifter's own trailer bed so they can be transported. It's mainly used for moving standard container sizes, 20 foot, 40 foot, or 2 smaller ones side by side, lifting up to 45 tons. Its arms can reach out around 13 feet, and it uses an engine about as powerful as a small tractor, 48 horsepower. The machine itself weighs around 11.8 tons. To work properly, the side lifter uses a hydraulic system controlled by joysticks. The operator uses these to move carefully and place the containers exactly where they're needed. It also has built-in safety features. For example, it won't let the arms move unless the trailer is safely supported by stabilizer legs, and it warns the operator if anything isn't set up right. People use these machines at ports, train yards, construction sites, or remote areas where it's hard to get a crane. What makes a side lifter really useful is that it can load and unload containers on its own, making the whole process faster and more flexible. The company makes different models depending on how heavy the containers are and what kind of work the machine will be doing. Some are designed for faster lifting, others for carrying lighter containers, and the trailer part also comes in different shapes to handle different road rules or container heights. Moving ahead, this machine is a special kind of trailer made to move very heavy construction equipment, such as bulldozers and drills, in places where regular trucks or trailers can't drive easily, like mines, quarries, or big construction sites. It doesn't move by itself. Instead, it attaches to a big dump truck, called an articulated dump truck, or ADT. The truck pulls the trailer, carrying up to 45 tons of heavy machinery on its flat loading deck. Aside from normal trailers, is that it's built for off-road use, meaning it can travel over rough ground without getting stuck or damaged. It has huge tires, strong suspension, and a high frame, so it can go over bumps, slopes, and rocks safely. The trailer also has a hydraulic tilting bed, which means the back of the trailer can lift up and down to make loading and unloading easier. This helps operators move machines onto the trailer without needing ramps or extra tools. Once it's connected, it can carry heavy machines short distances, like from one side of a mining pit to another. This saves time and prevents the machines from driving on their own tracks, which causes wear and damage. It can operate in extreme temperatures, from -40 degrees Fahrenheit up to 122 degrees Fahrenheit, and travels at about 9 miles per hour when loaded, but up to 18 miles per hour when empty. Looking also at a kind of vehicle used to clean tram or light rail tracks in cities. Trams run on tracks like trains, and over time, dirt, leaves, and trash can collect in the groove between the rails, the part where the tram wheels go. If those grooves get blocked, it can cause problems or even accidents. That's where this vehicle comes in. On the tracks, it moves at around 31 miles per hour, and on roads, it can go up to 56 miles per hour. It can actually drive on normal streets like a truck and then switch to run on rail tracks. That means it can reach the tram tracks easily without needing a separate transport vehicle. Once it's on the rails, it moves slowly and cleans the grooves and track surface using brushes and a vacuum system. The vehicle can do G-job mostly on its own after being set up, carrying a water tank that holds over 1,000 gallons, so it can keep working longer without stopping to refill, and the driver doesn't have to control every part. It also carries a big water tank, so it can clean for a long time without needing to stop and refill. Inside, there's space for a team of workers. Some versions run on a hybrid electric system, which means they're quieter and don't produce pollution, useful for cleaning inside tunnels or city areas with air quality rules. We also analyzed the HTS-CC cone cradle, which is a metal rack that attaches to the side or back of a truck or trailer. It's made to hold standard traffic cones, either 18 or 28 inches tall, and weighs about 28 pounds. It includes an automatic latch to keep cones in place and also offers a lock if needed. The unit is finished in black and mounts low on the vehicle so drivers can reach it easily. Once installed, it holds the cones even when the truck is moving through rain, snow, or over bumps. The company says it doesn't need any maintenance and meets DOT safety standards. Using the cradle is simple. The cones are placed into the rack and the latch keeps them secure. HTS says drivers can deploy 3 cones in under 12 seconds. The design also helps make sure cones are actually used when needed, since they're easy to reach. Alright, planes already use eco-fins, but for a while we're seeing them at trucks. I mean, trucks would want to be aerodynamic too, right? Just without flying off the road. So these small snail-like add-ons change the way air flows around a large vehicle, like a semi-truck or trailer, reducing aerodynamic drag, or the force that pushes against the vehicle as it moves forward. Here's how they work. When a truck drives at high speeds, air hits the front, flows along the sides, and then swirls unpredictably behind it. This swirling creates suction at the back of the vehicle, like a vacuum pulling it backward. That drag makes the engine work harder and burn more fuel. We attach them directly to vehicle surfaces using an adhesive backing with no need for external power or mechanical parts. But placement is the key. So the suggested density is about 3 fins per foot along areas where airflow tends to separate, such as the edges of the trailer roof or side panels. Each one is roughly 5 inches long, about the size of your hand. I mean, the idea behind it is aerodynamic principles. It's science, so I ain't gonna argue that. Next, we're looking at a front suspension helper kit supporting this truck's existing suspension system, specifically the front coil or leaf springs when extra weight is added to the vehicle. It works with the existing coil or leaf springs on trucks and buses. It uses air-filled sleeves, known as airbags, along with strong metal brackets, tubing, valves, and connectors. The way it works is pretty simple. When the vehicle is loaded, the airbags take on part of that weight. This keeps the front suspension from getting too compressed and helps the vehicle stay level. That's important because it helps with steering and braking, especially when there's more weight on the front end. When the vehicle isn't loaded, you can let some air out so the ride stays comfortable. During installation, the airbags are placed either inside or next to the coil springs. They're mounted using brackets made specifically to fit each vehicle. After everything is in place, the airbags are inflated and checked to make sure they don't rub or interfere with anything when the suspension moves. You can adjust the air pressure manually depending on how much weight the vehicle is carrying. That means you can fine-tune the ride based on what you're hauling or any extra equipment on the front of the truck. This takes stress off the original suspension and helps it hold up better over time. Further, we're looking at some handy-mandy tools to make our life a little less painful. So here it is, you just hang it on a single truck tire, and voila! This universal tool caddy is made from a tough plastic called high-density polyethylene, which holds up well to everyday use. It measures about 19 inches long, 13 inches wide, and 10 inches high, so it's compact but still offers enough space to store tools. The outside is strong and doesn't crack or fade easily, even when exposed to heat, cold, or sun. It weighs around 8 pounds, so it's not hard to carry or move around when needed. But then it's about the tools it carries inside, of course. This is especially useful when working on the side of the road or checking equipment because tools stay close at hand. When it's not hanging on the tire, it can be used like a regular toolbox and placed next to a workbench or truck. The smooth plastic surface wipes clean easily, so dirt and grease don't stick to it. Now a machine that powers essential truck functions without needing to run the main engine. It's installed on the side of the truck and provides heating, air conditioning, battery charging, and even engine warming when temperatures drop. Both the Tri-Pack Evolution and the newer third-generation models use a small 2-cylinder diesel engine that meets current emission standards. These units keep the cab comfortable with 13,000 BTU per hour of cooling, and either 7,000 or 13,000 BTU per hour of heating, depending on the setup. They move air through the cab at 250 cubic feet per minute. On the electrical side, they include a 14-volt alternator that comes in 2 versions. One that produces 65 amps, and another that delivers up to 120 amps. There's also an option to add a power inverter, so drivers can plug in regular 120-volt devices. One helpful feature is its separate cooling loop. This keeps the truck's engine and the APU systems independent, which can be useful if one side needs servicing. In cold climates, the optional Arctic package warms up the engine before starting, so the truck doesn't struggle to turn over. The APU only runs when needed. If the cab gets too warm or cold, or if the batteries drop too low, it kicks in automatically. This smart control helps save fuel and reduce wear. There's also a digital controller inside the cab that lets drivers check system status, adjust settings, and review alerts. And so with this machine, we basically don't need to keep the main engine on and burn more fuel while parked or not on the move. A Netherland trailer about 45 feet long, 8.4 feet wide, and over 13 feet tall that can hold around 3,285 cubic feet of cargo. It runs on 3 axles that can handle a total of about 59,500 pounds, with the connection point at the front, the 5th wheel, supporting up to 39,700 pounds. Its frame doesn't need a separate subframe, which helps keep the weight down. Depending on how it's set up, the trailer itself weighs around 16,200 pounds. The floor slats in these trailers are made from aluminum and are between 1/3 and almost an inch thick. Instead of tipping to unload, this trailer uses a moving floor system powered by hydraulics. The floor is made up of slats that slide back and forth in a timed pattern. This pushes the cargo out of the back while the trailer stays flat. That makes unloading possible in places where there's not enough space to raise the trailer or where the ground isn't even. The frame includes long solid pieces of aluminum without welds in critical spots, which helps avoid weak points. In the Extreme model, the trailer comes with a steel floor and added reinforcement on the front and back. There's also a rear light bar that folds away to stay protected during loading and unloading. For trailers with side access, like the EXS IDE, almost the entire side opens, about 42 feet of clear space. That's helpful for loading pallets or oddly shaped cargo. Some versions also have roofs that can open or roll back, depending on what's needed. Another trailer made to handle heavy loads, but this one is in Poland. Polish use strong steel for the frame, air suspension for smoother rides, and reliable disc brakes with WABCO systems. Some of their models can carry more than 68,000 pounds, and each axle can take up to 22,000 pounds. The platforms can stretch to fit extra long cargo, and the surfaces are made of a mix of steel and hardwood to support big, heavy equipment. They use 17.5-inch tubeless tires, chosen for stability and long-distance travel. Certain models also have axles that lift when not needed, and rear axles that turn on their own, which helps when moving through tight spots or turning. Tanker versions can hold around 7,400 gallons of liquid and include features like air brakes, hydraulic doors in the back, and brass valves to let the liquid out. Some trailer beds sit lower, or can be adjusted depending on what needs to be loaded. Hydraulic ramps can be added to help drive equipment on and off, and lights built into the frame help during long drives or night work. The metal parts are coated in multiple layers to handle long-term use and exposure to the elements. The air suspension spreads the weight evenly so everything stays steady, even if the load isn't perfectly balanced. They also come with features that help control the weight and stress placed on the trailer while it's being towed. This helps when moving tall machines, construction vehicles, or other hard-to-carry loads. Again in Sweden, looking at a machine built to lift and move very heavy cable drums, handling up to 77,000 or even 114,000 pounds, depending on how it's set up, useful for jobs in power line work, telecom installations, and large construction projects, and in fact, anywhere big cable drums need to be moved without a lot of extra equipment. What makes this trailer stand out is that it does both the lifting and the transporting. That means only one person and one vehicle are needed to pick up a drum, move it, and set it down. It uses a hydraulic system built into the trailer itself to carefully lift the drum from the side. Since it doesn't rely on outside equipment like cranes, it helps save time and simplifies the work, especially on job sites with limited space. It has adjustable hydraulic supports that can fit drums of different sizes and an optional top-mounted spreader that lifts the drum using its center shaft. The trailer's frame can also be changed to fit wider drums, and if needed, it can be equipped to carry 20-foot containers. For extremely wide drums, the trailer can be adjusted so the drum sits in a better position for lifting, which adds even more flexibility. Securing cargo can take up a lot of time, especially in trailers with curtain sides. But in Hamburg, they've got this system that helps speed things up by letting the driver handle all the straps from the ground. It stays fixed in place and is attached with screws or rivets, so there's no need to change the trailer itself. You can install just one unit or several, depending on what kind of loads you carry. The way it works is simple. Each strap is connected to a spring-loaded unit that pulls the strap back in when it's not being used. To secure a load, you just pull the strap out, loop it over or around the cargo, and tighten it like usual. When you're done, the spring pulls the extra strap back into place. There's now also a metal guide built in to help keep the strap aligned. This setup keeps straps from dragging on the floor or getting tangled. Since everything happens from the ground, there's no need to climb onto the trailer or over the cargo. That makes the whole job a lot safer and easier on the body. It works well with both flatbed trailers and curtain-sided ones. You can use it for diagonal strapping too. Because the straps stay in place and don't need to be coiled or tossed, the process is quicker and smoother every time. Tests show it can save up to 70% of the time usually spent tying down loads, adding up to about 140 hours a year if used regularly. Next in Austria, these hook loader and skip loader systems can lift loads between 14 and 24 tons, used in waste collection, construction, and hauling. Depending on the model, they can tip containers at angles between 44 and 56 degrees. The systems sit low on the truck, starting at just over 6 inches high, which helps with stability. Hook heights range from about 3 to 5 feet, and they can handle containers as short as 7 feet or as long as 23 feet. Some of the lighter models weigh around 783 pounds, while the heavier ones go over 7,000 pounds. Most come with optional features like remote controls, automatic loading cycles, and user-friendly in-cab control panels. Some versions speed up loading by shortening the arm's movement time. There are also features that make the machine quieter and reduce wear during operation. The system works by using a hydraulic arm mounted on the truck. The hook arm latches onto a container and pulls it onto the truck's frame. Everything is handled by hydraulics, so the driver doesn't need to leave the cab once things are set up. Some models can adjust to containers of different sizes without changing parts or doing extra setup. Once the container is in place, locking systems keep it secure during travel or unloading. There are models made for small city trucks and others built for heavier industrial trucks. The smaller ones are easier to control and better for tight spaces, while the bigger ones handle long, heavy containers. There are also versions made specifically for carrying chemical containers or meeting special transport standards. In Holland, we analyzed this trailer of over 44 feet long, about 8 feet wide, and over 13 feet tall. It runs on 3 axles and has a wheelbase of around 25 feet, with the front connection point, the 5th wheel, sitting 4 feet high. Inside, there's room for more than 3,200 cubic feet of cargo. It can carry a lot of weight, almost 60,000 pounds on the axles and nearly 40,000 pounds on the 5th wheel. These numbers stay the same, whether it's used for general hauling or heavier duty work. Instead of tipping to unload, it uses a moving floor system powered by hydraulics. The floor slides in sections, which shifts the load out the back. This setup makes unloading easier and safer, especially where there's limited space or uneven ground. The floor can handle everything from packaged goods to tougher materials like scrap or construction waste. The frame is welded together by robots using solar power, which helps keep the quality consistent from one trailer to the next. Some models use high-strength steel to reduce the trailer's own weight without giving up strength. Others offer an aluminum frame if keeping the weight down is more important. In certain versions, the top bar at the back is removed so extra large items can be loaded straight in from behind. There's also a version with full side access. The side doors stretch 42 feet across, and the middle post can slide out of the way. An adjustable rail at the top can lift up by about a foot if more vertical space is needed. Not so far. In Belgium, this trailer moves extremely heavy and oversized cargo, like giant machines, industrial parts, or construction equipment. It comes in different versions that can carry anything from 15 tons to over 1,000 tons. The axles can turn up to 60 degrees, which helps the trailer make tight turns, even when hauling massive loads. The trailer's deck can be lowered to under 9 inches off the ground, and that makes it easier to pass under bridges or through tunnels when the cargo is tall. Some trailers can also stretch out over 200 feet using telescopic frames. This is useful for long items like wind turbine blades or steel beams. Many of these trailers have hydraulic systems that help adjust the height and keep the load stable while driving. Some models also have goosenecks that can be removed or retracted, which gives better access for loading and unloading. In certain setups, the trailer can be separated into parts and reconfigured to match the cargo and road conditions. This type of equipment is often used to move things like generators, large transformers, or entire sections of industrial plants. It's built to handle different rules in different countries, so things like the number of axles can be changed to meet local requirements. This 2-axle semi-trailer is made for moving a large number of round or square bales. It can carry a total weight of about 64,000 pounds. The flatbed measures just over 42 feet long and 8 feet wide, giving plenty of space to stack bales in rows. The surface is made of thick plywood boards that help keep the bales steady during transport. The trailer alone weighs about 15,000 pounds, which means it can haul around 48,000 pounds of bales, depending on how it's loaded. And when needed, the trailer can tilt to about a 54-degree angle to help unload the bales more easily. To keep everything in place during transport, it has a hydraulic system that secures the load from either side. There's also a top with straps to keep bales from blowing away, and one side has a fixed wall with a metal grid to stop bales from sliding off during loading. It's controlled with a simple hand lever, and it connects to the truck's hydraulic system. A built-in support leg with a crank helps keep the trailer in place when it's not hooked to a truck. For more, some versions are approved for highway use up to 62 miles per hour with extra safety systems installed. The floor protection sheet is an extra feature made for Knapen's sliding floor trailers. Its main job is to protect the moving floor from damage caused by small and sharp materials like sand, metal pieces, or glass. These particles can fall between the floor planks and harm the internal parts underneath. The sheet creates a layer over the floor to keep that from happening. There are 2 versions available. One is the roll-up type that stays installed inside the trailer all the time. It rolls in and out with help from compressed air and doesn't get in the way when not being used. The other version can be taken off or moved to the side when needed. It can be folded into 2 positions or completely removed. Both versions have cutouts so that the rear doors can still lock properly, even when the sheet is in place. The sheet is stored in a plastic tube underneath the trailer. This tube is held in place by brackets on both sides. These brackets have a lock to keep the tube from moving while the trailer is on the road. Before loading cargo, the sheet is pulled out by hand to cover the floor. When it's time to retract it, a pneumatic tool is connected to roll it back into the tube using air pressure. It's important to make sure the sheet lies flat with no slack and is in the right position before driving. Another tipping trailer system, made to move and unload really heavy materials like scrap metal or loose industrial waste, This one's from Denmark. Instead of dumping the load directly from the trailer, it works with a large open-top bin called a cassette. The cassette sits on the trailer and gets tipped at an angle by a hydraulic system, so the contents slide out by gravity. It's not designed for use on public roads, but works well inside places like steel plants, scrap yards, and shipping terminals. The trailer and cassette are two separate parts, but they're designed to fit together and function as a system. This setup makes it easier to swap out cassettes when needed, which saves time and keeps things moving. The hydraulic lift raises one end of the cassette to tip it, and there are locking mechanisms and safety stops to keep everything steady during both transport and unloading. Because it handles heavy loads, the trailer has to be very strong. Therefore, its frame is usually made of reinforced steel, with extra supports and sturdy pivot points to handle the stress of tipping and moving. Some versions can be customized to carry even heavier loads or include extra features like stronger lifting arms or changes to the bin's shape and size. This kind of system is helpful in busy industrial areas where materials need to be moved and dumped often. It saves manual labor and speeds up the unloading process, especially when bins need to be emptied into hoppers, furnaces, or crushers. Since the cassette is separate, the trailer can keep working even if a bin needs maintenance or replacement. Next, this tarp system is made for trailers that tip backward, like the ones used on farms or in construction. It works with arms on the sides that move the tarp using springs. The cover itself is made from a special kind of PVC mesh. It lays over the top of the load without being tightly fastened to the trailer. There are two versions to choose from, one with a protective steel case and one without. The system can be mounted either at the front or back of the trailer, depending on the vehicle. It can be opened and closed in less than 30 seconds, and everything is controlled from the ground. That means there's no need to climb on the trailer to cover or uncover the load. You can choose to operate it manually, with electric power, 12 or 24 volts, or through a hydraulic setup. All the parts that make it work are placed outside the trailer, so the inside stays completely open and clear for loading. The system can be installed on all kinds of trailers, 2, 3, or 4-axle trucks, long semi-trailers up to 43 feet, and different types of tipper bodies used in farming or industry. Since the mechanism stays outside the trailer, it doesn't get in the way during loading or unloading. Seems as a good fit for carrying things like wood chips, silage, rocks, or any material that doesn't sit flat. The mesh tarp is flexible enough to cover these types of loads without needing tight side rails. It also helps keep materials from falling off during transport. Next, looking at Belgium's Fatmonville's Model Max S module, designed to handle extremely heavy loads with precision. Each axle line can carry up to 79,366 pounds at very low speeds. It has a long suspension stroke of 25.6 inches and can adjust up or down by about 12.8 inches to stay level. The steering angle goes up to 60 degrees in either direction, which helps the trailer turn in tight spaces. Each module is about 118 inches wide and sits 46.9 inches off the ground when driving. It runs on 8 tires per bogie, with axles spaced 59 inches apart. A 4-axle bogie weighs close to 29,000 pounds. The system can work in different modes, towed like a regular trailer, partly self-driven with some motorized axles, or fully self-propelled with its own power source. The modules can be combined in different ways, side by side or front to back, to match the load's size and shape. The suspension and axle design help keep the load steady by adjusting to changes in the road. That way, no single axle takes too much pressure. For starting, stopping, or climbing hills, extra power can be added through assist drive modules, which push the trailer from within. These can provide a lot of force, up to 1,280 kilonewtons, from one power unit. To handle the stress of such heavy loads, the modules are made with strong materials, precise connections, and reinforced joints. The steering system, controlled either with cables or wirelessly, lets the operator guide the trailer through tight turns and complex routes, even with multiple modules connected together. Next, in Woodridge, they use this other system and keep tire pressure steady on trailers with 1 to 4 axles. It works with common tire sizes, and it usually keeps pressure between 85 and 120 psi. Its design includes a rotary union that can handle around 1 million miles of use. Air flows through 3 1/8-inch lines, and although the basic pressure control doesn't need electricity, things like warning lights and system checks do. Unlike basic systems that only add air, this one releases extra pressure and keeps all the tires at the same level. That's especially helpful for trailers with dual tires, where uneven pressure can cause uneven wear or other issues. Its hubcap is sealed to block out dirt and dust, and the rotary union moves air from the axle to the wheel. Instead of sending air through the axle tube, it uses steel braided hoses inside the axle to move air where it's needed. A built-in filter helps keep unwanted particles out, and the system includes a special vent that lets air move without letting in dirt. The controller runs everything automatically. It checks pressure all the time and stops sending air when the trailer's brakes are on. There's also a small port where technicians can run tests to make sure it's working correctly. A warning light on the trailer turns on if the system is adding air, and if it stays on too long, more than 10 minutes, it might mean there's a leak or something else to look at. And in Netherlands, we see a heavy-duty commercial vehicle built for long-haul freight transport, equipped with diesel engines and advanced driver assistance technologies. So the truck uses PACCAR MX series engines like the MX-11 and MX-13, which have been adjusted to use fuel more efficiently. Features like updated valve timing, a smart cooling system, and a 2-cylinder air compressor help it run better without wasting energy. It's paired with a 12-speed automatic transmission that keeps the engine speed low during cruising, helping save fuel. Instead of traditional side mirrors, it uses cameras to give the driver a clear view around the truck. There's also an extra camera near the front passenger door to help spot anything in blind spots. The truck includes aerodynamic upgrades, special tires that roll easier, and cruise control that adjusts based on the road ahead. A connected system allows for remote updates and tracks the truck's performance in real time. On the road, the truck maintains a steady pace with balanced handling. Its aerodynamic shape reduces drag, and the engine-transmission combo stays efficient under load. Low-friction tires maintain grip, while camera-based mirrors offer clear, wide views, even in poor lighting. An extra curbside camera aids in tight turns. The frame stays stable during stops and starts. Inside, a wide windshield and low windows improve visibility. Controls are within easy reach, and the quiet cab supports focus. The navigation system links to fleet software for real-time route updates. Safety tech alerts for lane drift, fatigue, or close traffic. A low-height option suits city driving. Some transport systems are built for everyday loads, but this Brioche one is built for the kind that most vehicles can't even attempt. It uses some of the most advanced equipment available, starting with trailers that ride incredibly low to the ground, just over 30 inches high. These trailers can stretch out over 53 feet and carry extremely heavy cargo, with each axle handling more than 26,000 pounds. They're supported by air suspension and reinforced points to keep everything stable and secure. The cranes used in this system are just as capable. One of them can lift over 66,000 pounds when the arm is close in, and nearly 19,000 pounds even when fully extended. For even heavier loads, there's a modular girder bridge that can carry up to 550 tons. This system can change its shape depending on the load, adjusting its height by more than 6 feet and opening up to 15 feet wide to hold massive cargo safely. Another part of the setup is the Self-Propelled Modular Transporter, or SPMT. This machine can move in any direction, even sideways, and it can lift cargo on its own. It's especially useful in places where space is tight or roads aren't strong enough for regular trucks. Axles on the SPMT can be rearranged depending on the job, which makes it incredibly flexible. And an open all container giving full access from every side. Unlike standard containers that only open at one end, this one can be opened from the front, back, both sides, and even the top if needed. This means it's much easier to reach what's inside, especially if you're working with something big or oddly shaped, right? Each side has panels that either swing open or slide. When closed, they lock tightly and have seals that keep out rain, dust, and dirt. Even when some of the sides are open, the container stays solid and balanced because the corners and frame are reinforced with strong supports. Some models include systems that help you open the panels without using too much force. These can be mechanical or hydraulic depending on the setup. There can also be ramps or steps that fold down, so people or equipment can easily get in from any side. This makes it easier to work inside without having to move the whole container. This type of container works well when you need access from different angles, like on job sites or in tight spaces. Since you don't have to rely on just one door, it's easier to load, check, or adjust what's inside without shifting everything around. When closed, the container stays stable and secure, protecting whatever's inside. Another Dutch company bringing a railway sleeper system made from recycled plastic with steel bars inside, handling heavy loads, up to 55,000 pounds. Its material is fairly lightweight for its strength, with a density of about 50 pounds per cubic foot. Most sleepers are around 100 inches long and between 4 and 10 inches tall, depending on where they're used. In more complex areas like switch zones, they can be joined together to stretch over 400 inches. It also helps reduce the amount of material needed by shaping the base in a way that increases grip in the track bed. It works like a sandwich. The steel inside handles the stress from trains, while the plastic on the outside absorbs vibrations and protects it from wear. Because the plastic doesn't expand much with temperature changes, the track stays steady even in different weather. It can handle a lot of train traffic without bending or breaking down over time. There are different versions made for different rail widths, including narrow, standard, and broad gauges. In places like tunnels where space is tight, the height of the sleeper can be adjusted. Another useful feature is that the material can be shaped on-site if the track needs to rise or tilt. Since it doesn't need any chemical treatments, there's no need for special coatings or safety measures during handling. The way fasteners can be placed allows it to work with many types of rail systems.